just in the middle of the table. Thank you.
Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to this regularly scheduled town board meeting. For those of you who have never attended a meeting before, we will first have public hearings followed by an administrative calendar. There are meeting agendas available in the rear of the pavilion, and if you'd like to be heard on any matter, please fill out a slip, which you can obtain from one of our public safety officers. After our meeting is adjourned, we will honor our custom of 350 years to remain in session to hear residents who would like to be heard on any other matter. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Good morning. Thank you for coming to the meeting. Councilman Ambrosino? Here. Councilman Diaz-Bazito? I'm here. Councilman Dunn? Here. Senior Councilwoman Gooseby? Here. Councilwoman King-Sweeney? Here. Supervisor Gillen?
Here. I would now ask that we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Councilman Ambrosino. But before we say the pledge, I'd like to bow our heads in a moment of silence to remember the passing of First Lady Barbara Bush and Deputy Supervisor Blakeman's father, Robert Blakeman. Okay, Councilman, if you would proceed with the pledge.
Join with me and place your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the first public hearing?
Petition of Commissioner of Buildings to demolish and remove the one-story wood frame, one-family dwelling with detached garage and remove all litter and debris from property in East Meadow.
I have a slip on this from Jonathan Zelig. Does anybody else wish to be heard on this first public hearing? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Second motion.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilman Ambrosino.
Aye.
Councilman Diaz-Bazito. Councilman Dunn. Senior Councilwoman Gooseby. Councilwoman King Sweeney. Supervisor Gillen.
Aye. Madam Clerk, please call the next public hearing.
Petition of Commissioner of Buildings to demolish and remove the non-conforming two-family dwelling with store attached and remove all litter and debris from the property in Inwood.
Okay, Mr. Zelig, is this the public hearing you wish to be heard on? Jonathan Zelig?
Yes, good morning, Supervisor.
Good morning, Commissioner.
I spoke with Mr. Ziegler, and we're going to work with him, and he doesn't need to speak anymore.
Okay, great. Is there anybody else who would like to be heard on this public hearing? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
I move that the public hearing be closed and the petition be granted.
Second motion.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilman Ambrosino. Councilman Diaz-Bazito. Councilman Dunn. Senior Councilwoman Gooseby. Councilwoman King Sweeney. Supervisor Gillen.
Aye. Madam Clerk, will you please call the next public hearing?
Proposed local law regarding regulations and restrictions to limit parking in Oceanside.
I do not have any slips on this public hearing. Is there anybody who wishes to be heard? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
I move that the public hearing be closed and the item be adopted.
Second motion.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilman Ambrosino. Councilman Diaz-Bazito. Councilman Dunn. Senior Councilwoman Gooseby. Councilwoman King Sweeney. Supervisor Gillen.
Aye. Madam Clerk, please call the next public hearing.
Proposed local law regarding parking or standing prohibitions in Belmore, Hewlett, Inwood, Oceanside, Uniondale, and Woodmere.
Is there anybody who would like to be heard on this public hearing? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilman Ambrosino. Councilman Diaz-Bazito. Councilman Dunn. Senior Councilwoman Gooseby. Councilwoman King Sweeney. Supervisor Gillen.
Aye. Madam Clerk, please call the next public hearing.
Proposed local law regarding U-turns prohibited in North Merrick.
I do not have any slips on this hearing. Is there anybody who wishes to be heard? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Second motion.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilman Ambrosino. Councilman Diaz-Bazito. Councilman Dunn. Senior Councilwoman Gooseby. Councilwoman King Sweeney. Supervisor Gillen.
Aye. Madam Clerk, please call the next public hearing.
Proposed local law regarding traffic regulations in the vicinity of schools in Wantagh.
I do not have any slips on this public hearing. Is there anybody who wishes to be heard? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Second motion.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilman Ambrosino. Councilman Diaz-Bazito. Councilman Dunn. Senior Councilwoman Gooseby. Councilwoman King Sweeney. Supervisor Gillen.
Aye. Madam Clerk, please call the next public hearing.
Proposed local law to be entitled Apprenticeship Training Programs for Town Contracts.
I have a number of slips on this hearing. Felix Procacci.
Felix Procacci, 1165 Barn Street, Franklin Square. What is the punishment if a contractor or town employee violates this apprentice law? Stop the clock, please.
It will impair their ability to continue doing business with the town.
If that's found, they can be barred from further bidding. That is one of the things, but they can be barred from further bidding.
I read the law. Can you tell me where it says that in the law that was published on the website? Because I have it right here. I printed the whole thing out. Can you show me where it says that?
If you
Stop
look
the
at
clock, please.
3-5, it says enforcement. We take whatever steps are necessary. And we're going to promulgate some regulations. But that's one of the things that municipalities do if they violate the apprenticeship rules and we catch them.
I understand that, but unfortunately, I've had problems in this town regarding laws that were not properly written. And just based on your answer and based on what I see, I think you should table this and until you write it correctly, because to leave it to the town attorney, because suppose the town attorney, I report some contractor saying this company doesn't have the apprentice program, and Joe Rod does what he normally does and say, yes, they do. I show evidence, but he ignores it. That's the end of that, because that's a similar thing what I did with the building commissioner. I showed my evidence. It was overwhelming, and he did nothing, and the board did nothing. So you could present evidence, and if you have no rule of law and you're depending on the town attorney to enforce things, he has a pretty poor track record because he just wants to dictate something is so, even though the words in the law say otherwise. And the rule of law is very important to me, and it should be important to everybody here. And unfortunately, I don't see that as being the case. And I've gone through a number of, it wasn't just that example, many other examples. But this just seems like leaving it vague is going to open the town to more litigation, unnecessary litigation, violations of the law, based on maybe it's somebody's friend who's a contractor, so they ignore it, and then somebody reports it, and the town attorney is the enforcer, and he does nothing. And what do? Now we go to court and we spend millions of dollars of taxpayer money, and then we refuse to settle the case, and we spend more money. So it just seems to be that, I don't have enough time to go through all the examples of my experience with it, but it's very important that we table this law. It's a good idea to have an apprentice program. I think it should be a higher bar because this eliminates small companies from bidding, which is going to raise the price of contracts because there'll be less bidding. But I think it needs to be rewritten, and the enforcement definitely is lacking here. Thank you.
I assure you, Mr. Procacci, we're not trying to pass this regulation so it won't be enforced. And if you bring evidence, that we will investigate the evidence that you bring forward, and we will look at it, for sure. I'm not pushing forward this resolution so we don't enforce it.
I understand words, what you say. You may not be the supervisor forever, and I've brought forth things that are written in law, and I've had, especially in the previous two administrations, just total neglect of the law. And then it needs to be put in words regardless of the integrity of the person who's in charge. The words are important because a court needs to look at the words, what the intent is and everything, and just to write stuff that's vague like this is just leaving the town open for a lot of litigation, unnecessary litigation. You have a lot of staff here. You got a lot of people. You got lawyers wall to wall are in this place. Write a good law Make sure that you bring the bar so smaller contractors could bid on it, even if they don't have an apprentice program, because they may be able to give a better price to the town. And just redo this thing and don't vote on it today. That's my recommendation.
We also have a labor advisory board, Mr. Procacci, who will be watching this very carefully to make sure it's being enforced.
I don't, once again, people have problems with a lot of things that go on here. Who do I complain to? Nobody right now, the way the current ethics law is written, I can't complain. They could kick it back without saying that we don't have to respond to you at all. They could respond, but they don't have to. Like if I was an employee, then they have to respond. So put the words down. What's the big deal? Put the words there and then make it a good law and then move forward. But don't vote on something where the words aren't there and say you're going to fix it later, because that's the bad way to go about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Procacci. Patrick Dolan.
Good morning.
Morning.
Supervisor Gillen, members of the Town Board, thank you for the opportunity to discuss an amendment which would create Chapter 3 of the Code of the Town of Hempstead, which deals with apprenticeship training programs. My name is Patrick Dolan, and I am the president of the Enterprise Association of Stevenford's Local 638. Local 638 is part of the United Association, which is part of the AFL-CIO. Our members live and work in the Town of Hempstead. Local 638 strongly supports the passage of this legislation. Local 638 operates one of the largest Stevenson apprenticeship programs in this country. We currently represent 8,500 members and have over 400 apprentices in our apprenticeship program. It takes 5 years to complete our apprenticeship program. We know that the best trained workers in our industry are those that complete our program. Apprenticeship training programs have been the gateway for thousands of workers to earn a living wage and enter the middle class. Workers who complete our programs have health care coverage and pensions and work on the safest job sites in the construction industry. The most amazing part of this story is that these training programs are free. Unlike college, which can plunge many students into thousands of dollars of debt, our programs are paid by the union and its members. While the workers in our program, they are on the job training and earning an income. Our union, like many other unions, understand the importance of attracting workers to our trade and ensuring that they have the state-of-the-art skills to meet the ever-changing needs of the construction industry. We are using our program to attract non-traditional workers to our trade, so we more accurately can reflect the diversity of our state. The importance of our apprenticeship programs was highlighted in a report from Cornell University School. The report was commissioned by the New York State Senate and is entitled The New York State Prevailing Wage Law, Defining Public Work, which was published this year. The report states, apprenticeship is critical in New York's need for a continual supply of highly skilled workers. It benefits the industry while providing meaningful career opportunities and the middle-class living standards for a key segment of the nation's blue-collar workforce. This path is a stable and secure living standard and especially important to non-college educated blue-collar New Yorkers, a group whose economic opportunities have sharply declined with the loss of manufacturing jobs. The report also notes that apprenticeship also benefits a very important demographic within the industry, veterans, who represent 7% of the blue-collar construction workforce as compared to 5.8% for all other industries. This amendment will ensure that construction projects in the town of Hempstead strengthen apprenticeship programs across the trades. The amendment will not only support apprenticeship programs that are certified by the New York State Department of Labor, contractors who have programs that are ripped off by workers will not be allowed to bid. This amendment means that the town of Hempstead construction projects will be built by the most highly trained workers in the construction industry under the safest conditions. As importantly, the amendment will keep our state economically competitive by training the next generation of construction labor. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Dolan. Mita Meriday.
Good morning. Mita J. Merriday, Baldwin resident. I am in support of anything, clearly, that is going to make it better for our veterans. But again, I am always extremely cautious about these types of activities because it always seems to look good. It works for a photo opportunity, but when the rubber meets the road, there doesn't seem to be the connection. So my concern still continues to be where the actual enforcement and incorporation of those services and skills will take place, where the funding will come from, and why we can't, at this point, still document the number of service-disabled and veteran-owned businesses that are currently doing business with the town of Hempstead, because we do have existing service-disabled and veteran-owned businesses who can't seem to get a contract with the town of Hempstead or with Nassau County. So I'm all for increasing opportunities for the workforce, but not every veteran is unskilled. They are largely unemployed. So we need to do a better job in terms of making that happen. So if this is real, if this is not just for a 15-second soundbite, then I'm all for it. If this is genuine, then I'm hoping that you involve and engage those organizations and individuals like the one seated before you here in intense pain that this will come to fruition, because to have to read this, if we're talking about apprenticeships and building up and reinforcing our workforce, why do I need to read in Newsday something that I've been saying for years, that our VA hospital was falling apart? So if we're talking about rebuilding, let's start there. Let's talk about why we don't have in this township and in this county our own VA facility that I have been trying to advocate for, as well as others, for years. That we are in a region that has the highest veteran population in the state, and we're in a county and a township that has a higher veteran population than many locations that have fully functional and comprehensive VA facilities. This is a disgrace, and everyone should be up in arms about it. So if we're talking about an apprenticeship program, let's not stop there. Let's talk about a real veteran contracting procurement program. Less than 10% of our veteran-owned businesses have the capacity to hire another veteran, and 85% of our veterans prefer to work for another veteran. So if we built the capacity of our veteran businesses, they could get the qualified contracts that they could hire and give more than a prevailing wage to our veterans who are leaving here in droves. So again, if this is genuine, if this is real, then I'm all for it. If not, stop wasting my time and stop wasting taxpayer money for yet another opportunity to be in the newspaper. Too many of our residents are suffering. Too many of our veterans are suffering in silence. They're living in homes that are under foreclosure. We need to stop it, and we need to stop it now. We don't have time for lawsuits and drama. We need to fix the problem. Our young people are leaving here. Our senior citizens can barely feed themselves. We need to stop it. So if this is going to be a start to something that's proactive and productive, I'm all for it. If not, stop wasting my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meredith. Next, we have George Fernandez. George Fernandez. Art Gibson.
Morning, Supervisor, board members. Art Gibson, business agent, Plumbers Local 200, Long Island, New York. I'm the business agent for Nassau County. Just to address one of the comments that was said earlier in regards as to who polices this type of, if it becomes a crime, I can assure you firsthand that the Department of Labor, the District Attorney's Office, the AG's office, and we've had cases that we've brought forth back in the past where men were cheated and they walked away, and we have the giant checks, you know, where they got $200,000, $300,000 that they were owed in back money. And we cleaned the industry up on Long Island. It was prevalent back in the day. So I can assure anybody who has any questions about this, it is a felony. And the district attorney loves these kind of cases. So I don't think that'll be a problem, honestly. I have a document here that I'd like to submit because it's too long to read. It pretty much echoes the words from the President Pat Dolan from 638. I'd like to just say personally, I'm the product of an apprenticeship program out of high school, no direction. I got lucky enough to become one of the apprentices in the plumbers union, 5 years of school. What I took out of that was I could go anywhere in the world with a trade and make good money. And in today's world, you'd be amazed at how many people are coming in and applying for those seats, because at the end of the 5 years, I didn't know $200,000-$300,000. I was making that kind of money, not $200,000 or $300,000, but I was being paid to go to school and work on the job, and I can go anywhere with my skills. To add to the, if you build a wall, they'll build a ladder. So this is something that has to continually be looked at and updated. I understand right now my union spends $2.6 million per year on our apprenticeship program, which is money that we generate, comes out of no tax dollars or any, it's private money. There are more non-union, so bring it to a union or a non-union issues. There are more non-union apprenticeship programs on the street in New York than there are union, at a fraction or hardly any cost. Nassau County, in fact, what I learned recently, is looking to do an online apprenticeship program. How do you learn online? I don't know. We're going to look into this, but these type of things scare me. So a legitimate future for our youths, that's important, and that's what these apprenticeship programs bring. So we stand behind this wholeheartedly, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. You can hand that up to the clerk. Joe Montalbano.
Good morning, Supervisor and Board.
Good morning. If you would just state your name and address for the record, please.
Joe Montalbano. I reside at 113 Old Orchard Road, Wading River, New York. To the Honorable Supervisor Laura Gillen and the Town of Hempstead Council members, my name is Joe Montalbano. I'm a representative of Greater New York Laborers Employers Cooperation Education Trust, which is GNY Lesset, is the easiest way. GNY Lesset represents nearly 20,000 laborers who live and work on Long Island and New York City. Our members are the highest trained, safest workers in the construction industry. We pride ourselves on ensuring that our members' training provides them with a true career in the industry where a fair day's work receives a fair day's pay, including middle-class wages, health care, and retirement benefits. Our commitment to safety working practices ensures that our members come home safe every night to their families. We have preliminarily reviewed the town's proposed Local Law 3 and strongly support efforts by the town of Hempstead to train our next generation of local construction workers in the highest safety standards and to ensure public dollars for capital projects are prudently spent by the use of responsible contractors. Our research shows that a skilled workforce delivers a safer built and fiscally sound investment by public entities. One of the greatest tools used to ensure a skilled workforce is the adoption of apprenticeship mandates by municipal governments. Section 816-B of the New York State Labor Law details New York State's affirmative support for the development and use of registered apprenticeship programs by authorizing municipalities, such as the town of Hempstead, to adopt apprenticeship mandates in their procurement process. GNY Lesset supports the town of Hempstead's efforts to protect taxpayers and workers by developing the next generation of trained workers while the town's current public works projects are being built by responsible contractors who are dedicated to such training and safety standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montalbano. Next, we have Matthew Arasich.
Council members, for the record, I will give a card to whoever's taking, this way you get the spelling correctly. Greetings, good morning, and thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Matthew Arasich. I am the president of the Building Construction Council of Nassau and Suffolk Counties. Local Law 3 here is actually an endorsement through the council. There will be 34 affiliates that will also sign on as well. We believe that this is one of the most important pieces of legislation that helps apprentice programs. I want to let you know that I concur with both President Dolan, Art Gibson, as well as Joe Montalbano about the importance of all this. One of the things we do with unions, and I'll speak on the outside of what we're trying to do, is change the face of unions. This is not the face we're looking at. We're talking about new apprentice programs. The opportunities that we provide for people of color, women, minorities, the idea that we take helmets to hard hats, and all the other programs along is just showing that we are inclusive, and we want to expand the use of unions through towns and through villages, cities throughout the state, just like yours. We also have to make sure that everybody understands that we're not a drag on a society. Matter of fact, as was said before, we provide our own training. One of the most important things to realize is that you get paid as you learn. One of the issues that we have going forward is that when you go to college, many people are told when you're young, you're going to college, you're going to college. And that's a great thing. College versus the trades. If college is not meant for you and you do go to college, one of the things we say here is you've gotten that education. You don't lose it, but you're not using it. When you come out of the trades, you're guaranteed a job at the end of your apprentice program. You do not have that when you come out of college. When we're talking about college, we're talking about unemployed by educational attainment. One of the things is in 2016, some people actually put this together called the Department of Labor. 38% of those that had bachelor's degree or higher are not employed in their field. These are not things that were made up by me. This was a report that came out in the end of February. Like I said before, this is all about educational opportunities. But one of the other things is on a business perspective, having apprentice programs should actually be regarded as having risk management. In the metro area, more than 35 people have passed away from accidents. Those accidents actually come from people that are employed by the non-union sector, not the union sector. And the idea here is that if you can lower your costs, you can make sure you're on time and on budget, and make sure that you get representative of paying your fair share into all of the appropriate fees, such as unemployment, payroll taxes, town and villages. And furthermore, is one of the things we also have mentioned is we pay our own way for everything. Healthcare is another, apprentice programs. One of the issues about healthcare, when we go to the emergency room, we pay for that. But when an undocumented worker or anybody who does not have coverage goes there, 8% of our premium pays for that as well. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. And again, we are in favor of endorsing Local Law 3. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not have any other slips on this item. Is there anybody else who wishes to be heard?
Hello, my name is Nathan Mays, and I'm a proud member of the Sheet Metal Workers Local 28. I personally have a personal stake in this legislation because I'm the perfect example of why you need apprenticeship programs. I grew up in an impoverished neighborhood in Suffolk County called Wyandanch. And in that area, it was very hard to actually get out of the neighborhood. I found a job with a local sheet metal worker, a local air conditioning company. And because on a particular job that I was on, there was a minority quota in an apprenticeship language by the contract itself, the company was forced to, had no choice but to join the Sheet Metal Workers Local 28. And when we joined Local 28, I immediately went into the apprentice program, and I understood what brotherhood meant. I understood now what an affordable wage was. prior to me doing this, I was working 60 hours a week for minimal pay. Now, based on the apprenticeship program and what I received from this local, I can now afford to live where I want to live, feed my family, and give my family a good way of life. As far as myself is concerned, I came from nothing. All right, I was told that I was going to be nothing. But because of this local apprenticeship program and local 28 sheet metal workers, I became the first elected African-American business representative in 100 years in the sheet metal workers local. Because I don't forget where I came from. I personally go to high schools in Nassau County. I personally went to the EEOC, and we have a program called Opportunities Long Island. This is exactly what we need. Opportunities Long Island gives opportunities to people that would have not normally had these opportunities. And I bring these people in, and I show them not how to get just into the Sheet Metal Workers Union, but how to get into the building trades. This is something that everyone should explore because it's a marvelous opportunity to give back to the community. And we've always believed in giving back to the community. Thank you for your time.
Is there anybody else who would like to be heard on this public hearing? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Supervisor, I move that the public hearing be closed and the item be adopted.
Second the motion gladly. And I thank you all for what you're doing for many people who would not have had the opportunity to be able to have a decent life. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilman Ambrosino. Aye. Councilman Diaz-Pasito. Aye. Councilman Dunn. Aye. Senior Councilwoman Gooseby.
Aye.
Councilwoman King Sweeney.
I'm proud to stand with organized labor and enthusiastically vote yes.
Supervisor Gillen.
I am proud that finally, in the year 2018, the town of Hempstead is codifying apprenticeship requirements for public projects exceeding $250,000. This legislation closes a loophole used by some contractors currently participating in apprenticeship programs by now requiring them to demonstrably show that their programs are actually graduating apprentices. Apprenticeship programs entail a combination of on-the-job training and related instruction in which workers learn the practical and technical aspects of a highly skilled occupation. These programs also open the door for younger people to access educational training and earn college credits. This legislation will not only ensure that our tradespeople are skilled, but will help give taxpayers the confidence in knowing that important projects are being done safely, which is very important in a town like Hempstead, the largest township in America, where our infrastructure, building, and repairs need the greatest talent more than possibly anywhere else. So I enthusiastically vote yes. Madam Clerk, will you call the next public hearing, please?
Application of 2765 Broadway Realty, LLC, and 2200 Belmore Avenue Realty, LLC, for special exception public charge to permit a conversion of the existing public garage auto repair facility into a public garage auto repair facility and an auto body and paint repair facility in Belmore. Supervisor, I also have a companion application of 2765 Broadway Realty, LLC, and 2200 Belmore Avenue Realty, LLC, for a modification of declaration of restrictive covenants in Belmore.
Good morning, Madam Supervisor, members of the Town Council. My name is Albert D'Agostino. I'm a partner in the firm of Minerva and D'Agostino, PC, 107 South Central Avenue, Valley Stream, and we are the attorneys for the applicants. As the clerk has mentioned, the applications before you The two calendar items are related, and they are the applications of 2765 Broadway Realty LLC and 2200 Belmore Avenue LLC, seeking a special permit and modification of existing covenants and restrictions to permit an auto body use with respect to property located at 2765 Broadway, Belmore, New York, and 2200 Belmore Avenue, Belmore, New York. They are contiguous properties, and for the purposes of this application, or these applications in my presentation, I refer to them collectively as the premises or the site. The subject property is bounded by Grand Avenue on the north, Belmore Avenue on the east, Broadway on the south, and by an existing building located adjacent to and immediately to the west of the subject property. The site contains a total land area of approximately 25,366 square feet and is currently improved with a public garage auto repair facility of 5,647 square feet and a separate commercial building of 2,455 square feet. The property appears on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map as Section 56, Lot 340, Lots 12 and 22 through 25 inclusive. The site is a mostly rectangularly shaped parcel located on the southwest corner of Belmore Avenue and Grand Avenue with approximately 118 feet of frontage on Belmore Avenue, 195 feet of frontage on Broadway, and 169 feet of frontage on Grand Avenue. The subject property is zoned business. The uses and zoning of the surrounding properties are as follows. To the north, the property is zoned business, containing an auto body shop and office building, followed by a music school and pool supply store. To the south, a Town of Hempstead municipal parking lot, which is zoned Residence B, and the Long Island Railroad. To the east, a vacant commercial building, zoned business, and a Town of Hempstead municipal parking lot, also zoned Residence B. To the west, zoned business is a property which received a special permit from this board for an auto body use, which is unrelated to the applicant. The subject property was granted a special exception by the Town Board for a public garage auto repair facility by Resolution 1055 of 1977, and then for an expansion to the existing public garage auto repair facility by Resolution 267 of 1990. The applicant seeks to amend the Declaration of Covenants and Restrictions dated February 20th, 1990, recorded at Liber 10056, page 199, in the office of the Nassau County Clerk. Those covenants were imposed in connection with the application of the prior owner of the site to expand the subject building in 1990 and 1991. The former owner used the property for its automotive repair business, specifically transmission repairs and replacements. The applicant seeks to amend the declaration by eliminating Condition 4, which prohibits automobile body repair work and limits the use to solely other automotive repairs. In accordance with Section 319 of the Town Code, the applicant is required to provide 11 vehicular parking spaces for the commercial use and 15 vehicular parking spaces for the business use, for a total required parking of 26 spaces. The applicant has provided 26 on-site parking spaces, and it is not anticipated at this time or in the foreseeable future that the applicant will be seeking any waiver of the parking requirements from the Board of Zoning Appeals. The parking is fully compliant with the ordinance. The proposed auto body use on the site will be located in the existing one-story masonry building consisting of 5,647 square feet, located at 2765 Broadway. That structure contains 7 overhead garage doors on its south side and 3 overhead garage doors on its north side. The intended operator of the proposed auto body shop will be Advance Auto Body, which has been operating the facility across the street and to the north since 1988 for a period of 30 years. We are proposing to incorporate the site that's before you into our overall operation in order to improve the efficiency and provide the large compliant parking area in order to park vehicles of customers who come to our facility and employees as well. Now, the unique part of this application is unlike most others that I've presented before this board and other boards. The entity which is going to operate the proposed facility, Advanced Auto Body, is a known entity in the neighborhood. And as you'll hear from the large number of people who have shown up this morning and wish to speak in favor of the application before you, Advanced Auto Body has operated its business in a manner which has earned it the respect and praise from its neighbors in the area. Advanced Auto Body has likewise and will continue to act in a manner which has respected its neighbors. Presently, customers enter into the existing facility at 2160 Belmore Avenue on the north side of Grand Avenue. What is proposed is to have customers enter the overall site, the new site, on the south side of the proposed new facility on Broadway. A customer would pull up to one of the 7 bays accessed through the overhead doors on the south side of the new building. That will be the area where they will be greeted by a representative of Advanced Auto Body, and customers' vehicles will be inspected, and the estimating process would commence. Vehicles would exit the building on the north side through the pass-through overhead doors, and I'd mentioned that there are 3 overhead doors on that side, and an appointment would be made with the appropriate insurance carrier adjuster to inspect the car at the subject property. Once approved, work on the vehicle would commence. The vehicles would be worked on, and the process would be commenced at the facility, the new site, on that subject site. Preparation and repairs through paint, priming would occur at the site that is before you. The proposed facility would contain state-of-the-art equipment. All equipment, machinery, and supplies would be fully compliant with all fire, safety, environmental, and all applicable governmental rules, regulations, ordinances, and laws. The final painting of the vehicle, detail, and delivery to the customer would occur at the existing site on the north side of Grand Avenue, the address of which is 2160 Belmore Avenue. The intention of the applicants is to create a much more efficient, customer-friendly process while continuing to respect their neighbors. The applicants propose to erect a 6-foot wrought iron estate-type fence. It may not be wrought iron, it may be aluminum to have the appearance of wrought iron around the perimeter of the property, except, of course, at the corners, where we would have to comply with site distance, fence heights, and visibility requirements of the town code. It's the further intention of the applicants to provide appropriate landscaping on the perimeter of the property, again, in compliance with the height, site distance, and visibility requirements of the town code. The visual experience that the applicants are intending to create by the installation of the wrought iron type aluminum fence and landscaping, and the manner of processing the vehicles through the inspection, estimation, adjustment by the insurance company, and repair and painting process would be analogous to those of many of the luxury car dealerships that you see throughout Long Island and specifically in the town. In terms of employees, the proposed use, if approved, would generate approximately 3 additional employees beyond those already employed by Advanced Auto Body at the existing 2160 Belmore Avenue facility. It's anticipated that there would be 1 additional office employee and approximately 3 mechanics to work in the shop. Again, the equipment which is being installed and utilized is highly efficient, modern equipment, and it's not what we remember in our fathers, or more appropriately, I think grandfathers' days, of banging out fenders. It's not what happens. We're also requesting permission to have the facility operate between 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. Mondays to Fridays, and half day on Saturday, and that would be for the operation of the facility. Of course, there may be some paperwork that's going on in the office after that, bill paying or going through adjustment reports, etc. I would also like to mention for the record that Advanced Auto Body does not own any tow trucks. It's not a situation where we would be storing or bringing in tow trucks. The only time tow trucks are involved is if a car cannot come in under its own power, and it would be dropped off to start the process. I do have a real estate expert with me who I'm sure the board is quite familiar with, Barry Nelson. I have asked Mr. Nelson to inspect the property and the surrounding area, and to make a report to the board. I can qualify him as an expert if you would like, though, as I said, I know he's appeared before this board and the Zoning Board of Appeals of this town and the other towns and municipalities in this county scores and scores of time. So my first question is, will you accept him as an expert, or would you like me to qualify him for the record?
You could qualify him for the record.
Mr. Nelson, can you state your name and address for your business address for the board?
Good morning, Supervisor, members of the Town Board. It's Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmore, New York, 11710.
Can you state your educational and experience qualification for the testimony, which I'm going to ask you to report into the record?
Absolutely. I am a licensed real estate appraiser, licensed real estate broker. I am a graduate of Hofstra University. I have been practicing since 1975 in Nassau County, Suffolk County, and Queens County. I have continued education both for my real estate license and broker's license. I am a certified general appraiser. My specialty would be in expert testimony before town boards, Board of Appeals, zoning boards. I have qualified just about in every municipality within Nassau County and many within Suffolk County. I have qualified before Supreme Court, Bankruptcy Court, and District Court for matters pertaining to real estate valuation, and similar. I have testified before this board or the Town Board of Town of Hempstead since at least the early 1980s, late 1970s, and I do practice before the Board of Zoning Appeals. I am up to date on my education, and I believe that should sum up my qualifications.
If you can you give the supervisor and the board a rough estimate of how many times you've appeared and testified as an expert witness before this board and the Zoning Board of Appeal of the towns?
I really have to?
2 minutes to count.
I have at least over 1,000 times.
Yep,
Zoning
see?
Board, and before the Town Board here, probably in excess of 300-400 times.
Yep.
And I'm old enough to have called his father as an expert as well, on many occasions.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Madam Supervisor?
Yes, please.
Okay. Mr. Nelson, at my request, have you inspected the subject site and the surrounding neighborhood with a view toward making a report and issuing your conclusions, stating your conclusions to the board today?
Yes, sir.
And can you, in a narrative fashion, commence with that report?
Certainly. I have some photographs that I've taken of the subject property and the surrounding uses They would include the subject property along Grand Avenue, Belmore Avenue, and Broadway, which is also known as Pettit Avenue. My office, as I indicated, is 220 Pettit Avenue, which is less than 2 blocks west of the subject property. I am a longtime resident of Belmore as well. I reside not too far away from the subject property. The interesting aspect of this application is that there is no proposed change to the existing buildings, the one on Belmore Avenue, or to the automotive-related building on Broadway. The only changes as coming before this board would be the type of use. And the previous use that has been approved by the Town Board and the Board of Appeals for special exceptions, the automotive transmission and automotive engine repairs, and now the applicant is looking to do auto collision, eliminate the transmission and engine repairs. The applicant currently operates at its current location directly opposite the subject property, northwest corner of Grand Avenue and Belmore Avenue. The use is automotive collision, and the applicant has been at that location for over 30 years. The uses in the area will include a CVS at the northeast corner of Belmore Avenue and Grand Avenue. The southeast corner is an automotive repair shop. Then what was formerly a hardware store, Albert's Hardware, is now a substantial improvement for the Long Island Railroad parking fields, and that would be entirely within the Section 56, Block 244. Opposite the subject property on the south side, as Council mentioned, is the south side of Broadway, also known as Pettit Avenue, is the Long Island Municipal Parking Field. To the west would be a similar auto collision shop that has been before the Town Board and the Board of Appeals within the last 2 and 3 years. They are currently under renovation and upgrading of the existing facility for the automotive collision repair shop. Uses in the block will include typical downtown business districts, little boutiques, dry cleaners, professional offices, right up to Bedford Avenue to the west, where there's a bar and grill. There's a billiards and pub on the south side of Grand Avenue. Most of the properties in the subject block do run from street to street, Grand Avenue on the north and Pettit to the Broadway to the south. The interesting aspect would be that the applicant is looking for the change of type of automotive use. He has been at that the current location on the north side. It has not been detrimental, onerous to the surrounding community. There is no vacancies. Some of the tenants have changed over the years, but just about everything in this immediate vicinity on Grand Avenue, Belmore Avenue, and Broadway are fully occupied. There might be 1 or 2 rentals, and in my research, those will be rented up very quickly without a problem. It's my professional opinion that the change of automotive transmission and engine repairs to automotive collision is not going to be detrimental or onerous to the surrounding area, which has substantial amount of downtown business district uses, automotive-related uses, municipal parking both to the block to the north and opposite the subject property. The nearest residential would be northeast of the subject property, and that would be east of the business zone on Grand Avenue and Chapman Avenue. With that said, I've reviewed the locations. I know the applicant for many years. In fact, I patronize his use. He's been a good neighborhood use, provides the auto collision repairs for the local community, and in my opinion, the special exception, which is under 267 of the town law, I've reviewed all of that criteria, and he will meet that by providing adequate on-site parking, screening, maintaining the work within the building, etc., and providing adequate on-site parking. There will be proposed new, as Council mentioned, new fencing, estate-type fencing along Grand Avenue, partly along Belmore Road and on Broadway. Thank you.
Just a couple questions, Council. I see in the report, you're going to be adding a spray booth in the building, right?
Yes.
Okay, now not saying that it's required, but the building that's currently there, is it sprinklered?
The site is sprinkled, yes.
Okay, all right. So with that being said, the only thing that I really want to address, I'm going to put my fire hat on for a moment, just the blocking of the Siamese connection at the building. When the building was inspected by the town of Hempstead, there would have definitely been an issue if the Belmore or North Belmore, Merrick Fire Departments responded to an alarm, especially as we know in auto body shops could get out of control fairly quickly. So the necessity of time is important. So if we could just moving forward, make sure that none of those connections on the building are blocked. The exterior walkways are unobstructed. All that stuff gets in the way. And obviously the key to good firefighting is to protect the structure. So obviously the quicker they can get there and get into operation, the better we'll all be.
If I might respond to that, you're absolutely correct. The building is obviously not currently being used for auto body work, and I reviewed the building department report as well. The Siamese connection, which was installed by my client, that area is going to be appropriately striped with no parking, and if necessary, if bollards have to be placed on either side of it, we will do that. The report also mentioned the state of the blacktop, et cetera, and if our application is approved, we absolutely intend to expeditiously replace the blacktop, and I don't know when it was last done. It probably was done 30 or more years ago, and have it restriped and provide diagonal striping in front of all exits, no parking, and if necessary, appropriate locations for bollards to make sure there's clearance.
Cool. Thank you.
Madam Supervisor? Thank you for your very well-prepared and informative presentation. It was quite educational. I have two quick questions. One is the store vacant right now? Is that piece of property vacant?
No, it's not vacant. There is a permitted auto-related use, though it's not being used for that, but equipment that is used in connection with general auto repairs has been upgraded, replaced. So there is state of the art equipment in there, hoping that this board, and with the support of the community, which you'll hear from shortly, will approve the auto body use.
Okay, my second question is this. We just don't like seeing vacant areas in any village. The annual Belmore Street Fair is held there once a year. Of course, annual, once a year.
Yes.
It's sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce and the community itself. It's well attended, and parking is, forget about it. Do you have a plan for that weekend? It's a two-day fair each and every year. Is there going to be, we don't want to see any fireworks happening because we let you be there and we get beat up on. So do you have a plan for that?
Yeah, the point that I had made earlier, that the unusual aspect of this application is that the operator or the proposed operator is already in the community and already participates in all of those events. The weekend fair, clearly we'd be closed on a Sunday, and on Saturday the hours would be limited, but on that weekend I am sure that my client will, as he has since for the 30 years that he's had the existing facility across the street, accommodate that that event, which I believe he has supported in the past. And I've attended it myself, so I know how well attended it is.
Okay, see, you're well aware of the crowd that they get.
Oh, yes,
And
yes.
every parking spot is
Yes.
really sought after. So as long as you have that in your plan, that half a day on Saturday, you may curtail it a little bit, whatever. You know, accommodate the people that go there, not just the chamber, but the people that attend the incredible street fair that they hold there. Thank you.
We will accommodate that event and have in the past. Thank you. Madam Supervisor, if there are no other questions from the board, there are a number of people here who would like to speak. Some of them have to run to work. I do have some letters of support, which I would get to after they speak, with your permission.
Yes, that's fine. So if you would just step aside, I'll call up some of the people who have asked to speak on this public hearing. Ronald DeRusso.
Hi.
Good morning.
Ronald DeRusso, 2305 Lincoln Street, Belmore. Been a resident there since 1978. Have my vehicles over the years repaired at Auto Body Shop, Advanced Auto Body. I don't see any reason why somebody's improving in the neighborhood with the building, there would be, adverse, something bad toward it. So I would be in favor of something like this. He's expanding his body shop for the public.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Sandra Bedell.
Good morning.
Good morning. If you would just state your name and address for the record.
My name is Sandra Bedell. I've lived in Belmore for over 30 years. I'm about 2.5 blocks from the Advanced Auto Body. I do walk past it every day. I exercise about 2 miles a day. I walk in the community, pick up garbage, look at storm drains. I'm very, very aware of the community. I'm involved with community projects, cleaning up Seaford Wellness Council. I also work with Splash to clean up. So one thing that I always look at is the sewer drains. I look in front of stores. And one thing I'm seeing repeatedly in Belmore is people are not cleaning up in front of their stores. And it's upsetting. I see a lot of businesses that have gone under in Belmore. As quickly as they come in, they go out. And Bobby's been there, I guess, for almost as long as I have, the Advanced Auto Body. I did see the new facility. I love the way they redid it. I did use Banner previously for transmission work. Those guys were always very friendly when you walk by, always said hello. I see a lot of his employees in the community. They spend money, which is important. They're very friendly. There are security cameras. As a woman, I feel better walking past that. I am definitely in support of it for those reasons and many more. I saw the inside. It was so clean, and the machines were beautiful. And it kind of looked like his other shop. I know he recycles, which I don't know if it's important to everybody else here. It is important to me. He also is involved in the community. I know he supports some of the sports teams. I've never heard him say no to anybody for a couple of dollars to help out. I've had probably 6 vehicles over 30 years that have been repaired there. Am I happy with his work? Always. If there was something I didn't like, I would go back and he'd make the adjustment, whatever it was, and I've never had a problem. In the community, I've never heard an unkind word said about either Glenn or Bobby, which is kind of weird in Belmore because we are very cliquey. As far as the street fair, I think the gentleman on the end brought that up. I have noticed that it really no longer is the Belmore Street Fair. It's a bunch of other people coming from other towns to Belmore. And they open their little booths, and when they leave, it's a mess. I have watched Bobby shop during the Belmore Street Fair, and it's usually closed. You don't see anything. I've never been stuck in traffic there. I've never seen cars illegally parked out there. So I can't find one good reason, and I looked hard. So I'm definitely all for it, and I hope that you do it. Thank you. And by the way, Dave McDonough's wife did pass away. I'd like to mention that also. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Stuart Schneiderman.
Thank you for having me today. My name is Stuart Schneiderman. I own Steel Fitness, which is about a half a block west of Advanced Auto Body at 2742 Grand Avenue in Belmore. We have been there for 11 years. I have known Bobby and Glenn for about that time, and if I could sum it up in one sentence, they're good neighbors. Like I said, anytime anything is needed, they have been there for us. One thing I noticed about the shop is, it's been stated here before, is everything is state-of-the-art. The overhead doors on both ends allow easy access from not only Broadway, but from Grand Avenue too. And if the board knows anything about Grand Avenue, I'm sure they do, it does narrow a little bit as it gets toward Belmore Avenue, and it is a bus route. However, because of ample parking, which he has 26, so no variance is needed, there will not be any problem with traffic backing up due to cars that would normally be left out on the street. And just another thing for the, is it the Esposito? Okay, the building I'm in now used to be the old firehouse in Belmore, okay? It's been there since 1906. So we're well aware the fire department is only a block away on the other side of Bedford Avenue. And again, there shouldn't be a problem. Also, Mr. Dunn, I understand with the Belmore Street Fair. Fortunately, it only affects one half of a day, which would be that Saturday morning. Usually the vendors don't start to get there till about 8, 9 o'clock. And usually the crowds really don't, it usually starts after 12 o'clock. By that time, they'll be out. In fact, my business will be out. When that has happened before, we, with the Chamber of Commerce, we're always tell all of our clients to come in through Belmore Avenue. They're told where they're going to, and it's less than a half a block in. The vendors do not, who set up their shops on the street or their kiosks on the street, really do not go more than about, I would say, 200 feet past Bedford Avenue. So you don't have really traffic that's being blocked. So what they do is they cut it off right where we are in the middle of Grand Avenue, and traffic is diverted into the municipal parking lot. And like I said, I have no qualms whatsoever that Bobby and Glenn will run their business with the utmost respect for all the vendors, to all the businesses that are there. I don't see any problem at all with them opening up. Thank you.
Thank you. Edward Mantell.
Good morning.
Good morning. If you'd state your name and address for the record.
Edward Mantell, 2542 Malibu Road, Belmore, New York. About 5 years ago, I went into a diner, and I met Glenn. And we started talking. I don't want to use the word BSing. He gave me his card. He told me he has a body shop. I used to always do my business in Brooklyn. And unfortunately, one day I met Bobby by accident. We had an accident. The greatest guy, the greatest thing that ever happened to me. The most loving and wonderful. I had my own business. I've never met a person who takes care of anybody the way he does. He has the business that has the highest quality of business. They're very kind. First of all, they keep the place so clean. I feel like I'm going to my doctor. And I'm going to have to go to the doctor after. I'm not a good public speaker. But I mean, I would do anything for Bobby because the way he's done work, I brought people to him that could not afford to do the work. Where I said I would help, he's taking care of them. He's got a heart of gold. And NASA to the community, we need more people like him. We need more businesses like this in Belmore, in this world. I love the people, I love Bobby, and I just hope that everything goes good. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry Nelson. I do not have any other slips on this item. Is there anybody else who wishes to be heard? Hearing none, may I have a motion? Yes. Yes.
Just take a moment. I have letters of support from Catherine Rose, who lives at 1934 Allison Drive in Belmore. One from James and Jane Salmonella, residing at 255 Maple Avenue, East Meadow, and they've done business with the with Advance Auto Body. Another one from Sharon Jonas, and another one from Island Greenery Nursery, signed by Mark Goulet. And Island Greenery is located at 2036 Belmore Avenue in Belmore. And a last one from, and it's hard to read the signature, it looks like it's R. Buzan, B-U-Z-A-N, of Martin Avenue, Belmore. They all speak of their long-term relationships, knowledge of the business, and pretty much what you've already heard, but I'd like to offer these for the record. Thank you very much. I have nothing further.
Is there anybody else who'd like to be heard? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
I move that the public hearing be closed and we reserve the seat.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilman Ambrosino? Councilman D'Esposito? Councilman Dunn? Senior Councilwoman Gooseby?
Aye.
Councilwoman King Sweeney? Supervisor Gillen?
Aye. Madam Clerk, please call the next public hearing.
Application of DECA Associates LLC for a modification of a declaration of restrictive covenants dated October 26, 2009, affecting real property located at 2870 Grand Avenue, Baldwin. I also have a companion application, Supervisor, application of DECA Associates LLC for approval of the project plan for Grand Manor Estates and approving a pilot for the senior housing project affecting real property located at 2870 Grand Avenue in Baldwin.
Good morning, Madam Supervisor and members of the Town Board. I am Kevin Walsh, the firm Walsh, Marcus, McDougall, and DeBellis, 229 7th Street, Garden City, New York. And I am here today representing DECA Associates LLC, the applicant in both of these applications. Both applications deal with the property that DECA owns in Baldwin at 2870 Grand Avenue in Baldwin. This property is a long, deep, rectangular piece of property that's located just on the west side of Grand Avenue, just north of Atlantic. Both applications deal with that. I'd like to give some history of this property because I think it's important here. In 2004, this board granted a zoning change to permit, to change the zone from residential B to Golden Age zone. The applicant in 2004 set about to construct a 25-unit senior housing co-op based upon the resolutions approved by this board. That was going to be a senior project, and it is a senior project that had certain criteria as to income, age, and the like. The economy got in the way of his development back in that time. So in 2009, I began representing him, and we came before the board. He was ready to build again, and in 2009, he sought an application to increase the prices of the units here based on the time. This board granted that application. This is why in your papers you have a number of resolutions. That was the only change made in 2009, and then he set about building, and Superstorm Sandy came through and affected his development at that point in time. So when the waters cleared and he had to get back to building, he asked me to come back to this board in 2017. He was in the middle of the construction. We came back to this board and asked that you permit the only change in the resolution that had been passed back in 2004 was to permit the prices to be a little bit higher to consume the extra expense that he had associated with that. We satisfied the board that those prices were in line with what the Golden Age developments were in the town at the time, and the board granted that. He has now built the project. It's C of O, it's 25 units, it's 2 stories. The first floor units are approximately 829 square feet, and the second floor is slightly less, given the staircase. And those units are now under market. There's a pending offering plan. There are 5 of the 25 units are under contract to sell, and representations in the plan say that we will go back and seek a resolution from this board freezing the taxes and setting the pilot, which was originally approved as a right that we had to go back to the board under the finance law to go for a pilot. So the other thing that has happened is, and the reason we only have 5 apartments are, the income levels associated with this project are still at the 2004 resolution. They are, for a single wage earner, $45,000. You can't make $45,000 and buy one of these units. And for a double wage earner or more, they're at $60,000. These are totally inadequate. They're in the way of getting people to buy, because you either need a lot of cash where you don't need the loan, or you need to have some flexibility and be able to make a few more dollars to be able to get the loan than to buy the unit. So we've had a number of contracts that have failed because we can't find the right mix of people who can buy the units or have sufficient cash to do so. The pricing and the income levels was set back in 2004. It is 14 years later. I attached as Exhibit I to my petition a list of the Town of Hempstead Golden Age projects. The most easy one to compare us to will be Milburn Estates, and we're seeking the levels. The Housing Authority provided this data. We're seeking the levels of income for 1 wage earner and 2 wage earners that are consistent with that. So the application on that first application is for you to grant a resolution permitting $62,000 to be the maximum a single wage earner can make, and $72,000 being any 2 or more wage earners to make on that. That's the first application. 25. None are occupied. We can't occupy it until we close. We've declared effective. We need 15% to declare effective. We are waiting now to get the map amended because of the time frame, and then we will close. But we have plenty of more people who would love to, and we can't occupy, and pursuant to your resolution, we can't occupy until we actually close. So it's sitting vacant, C of O, and waiting for this closing to occur. That's the first application. On the second application, that is asking this board to pass a resolution freezing the taxes and setting a pilot in place. And the calculation that I used and is in the application, it would be asking you to approve our project plan. The project plan would be described for taxes going forward as follows. The end game, or the request, is that taxes be set at $2,580 per unit as a cap or as a tax on these units at this time and continuing for 25 years. The method of that calculation is I've used the last vacant land assessed valuation of $829. This is set forth in the project plan, $829, and that would be the land assessment per unit, and then that is $13,745. This is a co-op, so it's going to be combined taxes, even though they're going to be, where I'm calculating per unit, it'll all be paid as one tax bill. The pilot would be figured, the way I've seen the last one figured was you take the grossed up sale value, which is the last increase in sale price we had was $258,000, multiply it by the 25, take 1% of that, and you get $64,450. That $64,450 would be the pilot amount. You subtract from that the land tax amount, which we would continue to pay, and you come up with a pilot of the equivalent of what is $215 a unit, and it would be for per month, so $25.80 per unit over the years.
Sir, if I could just interrupt for 1 second. Mr. Ra, if you can, because I think that I just want to make sure that we all understand, especially with the in the interest of a lot of people, when they hear pilot, they think IDA. So can you just give a brief explanation as to what this actually is so everyone that's here understands?
Oh, first of all, this is a true golden age zone application, meaning, and we don't have very many of those in the town of Hempstead. So generally speaking, the pilot number is 1%. And so that's a layman's way of coming up to 2580 as opposed to the very, very astute way that the attorney came up with it, but 2580 would be the number historically that the town board would grant. By true golden age, I mean as follows. Number one, it's income restricted. You can only make a certain income level to be eligible to buy these units. That's to help lower income seniors. Number two, the resale number is restricted. You have to go to Town of Hempstead Housing Authority when you sell. You get, if you bought a unit for $258,000 here, when you went to sell, you can get cost of living increases in your purchase price and no more, and it has to go through the Town of Hempstead Housing Authority. So that is why historically pilots have been granted on these kinds of applications. So IDA is a totally different issue than this. This zone was created in order to help lower income seniors be able to, sell their houses but stay in the community.
Right. So this pilot is specific to the zoning of golden aged.
Correct.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, and I thank Councilman D'Esposito and Council Ra for that. I should have started with that this is not your traditional. This is built into the mix because of the benefit that is, and the restrictions on these units, that they're not market and they can't be sold ever as market, and that's the trade-off. Thank you, Councilman.
And that's what I needed to understand too, because I know we don't give pilots. The board does not. We have the IDA board for that.
Yes.
They take care of the pilot. So this is one that's different because it's golden age. So that's why it would come under the town board. Is that correct, Mr. Ross?
The finance law expressly gives you permission to do this, and that's why it's set up this way. I will also indicate we're not going to come back here seeking to reduce that age. The 62 age is fine there, and it works well, and there'll be no, there will be no children in the schools from that site. And it is a very, I will say, the sales, even though that might seem slow, that we're under 5 contracts out of 25, we've only gotten approved a while back. And a lot of people, quite frankly, are waiting on the two what-ifs here. The one is broaden the market a little so if you can make a few more dollars and still buy them. And I don't have to come in with all cash. And two is making sure that we are on our way to producing those tax benefits that people are in essence paying for by the restrictions.
And you open it up to everyone who wants to apply.
It is. There is, based on the resolution that this board enacted years ago, there is a first come, first, there is a Baldwin, Town of Hempstead, Nassau County list. If you don't have anybody in one, you go to the next tier. So it's centered around the location, and then you go outside of that. But that's part of the resolution of this board back in 2004, 2009, and again in 2017.
Have we had any changes as far as the residents who can occupy those, Mr. Roth, in the recent years? Because I know it's been a change as far as affordable housing is concerned. Are there any changes for that rule? Because anyone who wants to apply, it doesn't matter. You don't have to live in the town of Hempstead anymore. Does that apply to this?
No, because the covenants and restrictions on this property delineate an order of Baldwin residents and then Town of Hempstead, then Nassau County.
Can you please explain to me why you're only now applying for a pilot?
Well, ideally, we want to set a pilot into its starting date at the date when the building is occupied and done. You don't want to, you don't want to get a pilot too early because if no one's living there, so you're somewhat hitting a moving target. You have to get an offering plan done. You got to make sure you've sold 15% of the units. So actually, this pilot application, the project plan, was a number of months ago. It's had to wait its course to get on the agenda, but it'll tie in nicely with a closing, and then it goes off the rolls, hopefully goes off the rolls at that point in time. So it would be better if it was about 6 or 7 months earlier. I could have made the last roll, but the owner has to deal with that in terms of the carrying of the units until it can get off the road.
Mr. Rock, could you please comment on that? Because my understanding was that this could have been applied quite a while ago.
There could have been an application to try to anticipate what the purchase price would be and what the pilot number would be, and that, given the circumstances of this particular site, they would have just been back here again now because it would have been probably too low at the time.
Is it standard to have a pilot granted once a building is built?
It's not done all the time, but it has been done before.
If I could add, Councilwoman Sweeney, if I had gotten a pilot a year ago and this was affected then, my developer would have been the one who got the benefit associated with that because it would have changed the tax rate, or I would have been cutting into the 25 years. It's ideal, it seems to me, that the pilot goes in place when the people that are supposed to benefit from the pilot begin to occupy, and that's the plan here. So there would be no prohibition in having bought it years ago, but you try and time it to a point in time when you're going to have it. I do, at least, till I'm going to have occupancy there, because those are the ones that are supposed to get the benefit. I have nothing further, but I'm available to answer any questions.
We have a couple of people who wish to be heard on this. If you would just step aside and maybe if they have questions, you can address them, Mr. Walsh. Karen Montalbano.
Karen Montalbano, 2611 Park Avenue, Baldwin. I'm president of the Baldwin Civic Association. I was not aware of all of this prior to today. I've been asking questions about the covenant, which seem to have been answered. But I do have some grave reservations about the pilot. Residents of Baldwin get taxed for their school tax based on the tax base. So a pilot is a payment in lieu of taxes, correct? So this means that our tax base with our tax cap for our school taxes are going to be affected. Now, I understand the reasoning for wanting to protect our citizens who are older, and they are getting some protections here, et cetera. But I really wonder why we need this pilot for 25 years to affect our students in our community, and why this pilot, which normally is an inducement for building, is coming in at this point.
Mr. Walsh.
I explained why the pilot would come in at this point. To me, it would be premature to put it in place when my client would be the beneficiary of it and not the people that would buy there. And I deal with the argument and the issue with schools all the time. And I am aware that the state calculation of the tax cap does not allow municipalities, does not allow school districts to treat the pilot payments the same way they do everything else. They get the money, there's no question about it, but in terms of it does have a negative impact on their pilot. The legislature in Albany, the governor vetoed in December an effort the school districts made to change that calculation to treat pilots as if they were increases in assessed valuation, which then could affect positively the tax cap. So that's a state deal, and we have no control over that. Back to Councilman D'Esposito's point, these cannot be sold or occupied. Nobody would buy them. They in essence become market units if in fact you can't give some tax relief. It's the only reason. So to not give a tax pilot here would be saying to the people that are under contract, you are going to be restricted in your ability to sell these. You can only make a certain amount of money if you sell them. Market forces you can't use. However, we're not going to give you any relief under the tax cap and under the pilot, and that would be, and seems to me, very unfair. This is a negligible number in the school board's Baldwin's district's number. It is not an enormous complex. It will have very little effect on it. We are, as I said, we will pay pilot payments, and I think it's in line with what, if you are in the business of promoting seniors to stay in your locations and live in the areas that they have lived for many, many years, they need the help to do this, and that's the whole basis of these plans. And to take the portion of it that restricts them in terms of saleability and values And just to impose that on them without imposing the benefits associated with that in terms of tax pilot, seems to me would be not the direction you want to go.
Mr. Walsh, are you saying in terms of if you comply with the zoning requirements, these pilots are as of right?
They're not as of right. They still have to be passed by this board, but the very resolution that gave rise to the zone change set forth in there the allowing the owner to make an application pursuant to the finance law for a pilot. It was referenced in the original grant.
Can I ask, how much is the pilot going to affect the tax base?
This was vacant land. The pilot.
It wasn't vacant land. It happened to be a house that was on it that burnt down.
Okay.
So we're not starting with vacant land. We're starting with, there were some taxes. I want to know now how this is going to affect the tax base. How much is this pilot going to cost the community?
The pilot will not cost the community anything. I stand corrected if there was a house more, 20 years ago there. I did not know that. But the real estate taxes associated, the pilot component for school taxes associated with this property will greatly exceed what could have been generated by the single-family house that was there.
But how much is it?
Oh, I can tell you what the numbers are. If the pilot were granted the way it was presented in the project plan, it would be $2,580 per unit per year, and the bulk of that number, that would be split between the town and the school, the vast majority of that number would be going to the school. It's not an inconsequential pilot from the purposes of what was there before and what revenue the school district will achieve.
So to break it down, you said there's 25 units. Let's just use round numbers, 25 units, 2,500 per unit. Let's say that, being nice, 80% of that goes to the school district, right? The other 20% would go to county and town and special sanitation districts.
That's correct.
So it would be 2,500 times 25, which is what, 625,000.
Times 0.8 is about 480.
Okay. I'm just figuring it out for myself.
You threw out a figure of $64,500 originally. Now, I want to understand how that is going to affect my school taxes and my fellow residents' school taxes.
Mr. Walsh, may I ask a question, Madam Supervisor? Mr. Walsh, isn't it true, if there was indeed a house there years ago and that house burned down, on the Nassau County assessment roll, the property would be carried as vacant land. Your pilot is necessary to have built this complex, but for the pilot, you wouldn't have built this complex, and the taxes would have been vacant land. So your pilot is more money than the school district would have had, but for the project being built.
It is true, Councilman, this project was vacant land tax. I know there had been a house before, but it was reduced then
Burned down, then it was
to a vacant land
land.
tax, and it is 100% clear my client never would have purchased the property to build senior housing if the pilot wasn't an integral part of that, because he'd never be able to sell the units.
And the impact on the school districts due to the senior housing is minimal, if any, correct?
I can never say no, but these are 750 square foot units. I don't see school children at all being involved. There are no applications we have now out of the 5 that are identifying that they're going to have children living there. And just to go back to the number, it is correct. $64,000 is the tax or the pilot coupled with tax revenue that will be achieved. And if 80% of that's going to the school, that would significantly be greater than 1 or 2 homes or 3 homes there.
I don't know if it's 80%. I was just.
Well, okay, but it's between.
That I would like to know.
Yeah, I mean, we all know. I mean, school taxes are a bigger chunk of our tax than the town tax. Okay.
Could I follow up as far as the school? Have you had any conversations with the school about this and what they expect the impact to be?
No, I don't know. I have not, Councilwoman. I have not spoken with the school about it. I only know historically they don't generate a lot of children. And if they generated any children, it wouldn't have an impact on what our application would be, quite frankly, because there's no way to sell these and then figure in school tax for children that we historically know are not going to exist. So, and I would imagine the school would be saying a similar thing that you're hearing, that, let's get us more taxes and not give a pilot, because that's the way that they approach these things from their particular point of view, which I understand. But this board has to look at it hopefully from the overall view.
Unfortunately, it doesn't matter if you have a child in the school or not, you still pay your school taxes. Secondly, I do know that the school board does have concerns, in particular with another project as well, about pilots. So just to add that in.
I just have one more question. I didn't read through this whole thing, we just got it, but I know that you mentioned lowering the income, correct? Is there any age change?
No, there's no age change.
Just the only reason why I'm asking is obviously, right.
62 and older, and that will not change.
Because if we go below 62, then you need the extra parking spot per person.
And that would, and in addition to that, somebody there would be saying to me that defeats this whole.
Okay, I'm just making
what you're
sure.
asking for. So
I
I'm
didn't
gonna
see
make
the
sure
age in
that
here, that's all.
That's not next. This is a done.
It's 25 years of frozen taxes. That's kind of a little hard to swallow sometimes.
And if they change the age, then the golden age, if they change the age requirements, the golden age application would fail on its face.
You can't, anyone who applies has to go through the town housing authority, who has to screen that application, do their due diligence, and confirm that the applicant buying meets the criteria that this board has set out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who would like to be heard on these public hearings?
Maida J. Merriday, Baldwin resident. I am concerned, first of all, that with regard to this audio-visual equipment, I come here and I see these big blank screens, and I'm concerned that residents don't get to see the material and the information that's impacting our overall taxes, and information that is important for residents to be aware of. Just kind of hearing things and hearing that our elected officials are just reading over things now and kind of tossing out questions, that clearly makes me very uncomfortable. And as the previous speaker, the resident, Karen Montalbano from Baldwin, we are, as anyone in this area, because we pay so much in taxes and we're still trying to see what that return on the investment is. When we hear the word pilot, it does cause great concern, and we want to make sure that it is addressed early, and not in Newsday, not in News 12, not in some New York Times expose, and then we have to have another hearing in a commission to find out who didn't know and what they didn't know. So that issue of any type of frozen costs that are going to be offset by the residents, those of us that are fighting to keep the number of zombie homes down in our community, we need to make sure that those of you who are making these decisions do not do so operating in a vacuum. So some of the things that I did hear with regard to the fact that there aren't a lot of golden age zones. Why is that? There's a reason that you do not have a lot of golden age zones. I agree that we do need to have something comparable and affordable for our older residents who can no longer afford to maintain the large homes. I get it. I deal with veterans who are fighting to stay in their homes, who are suffering in silence, and the close to 8,000 that are sitting on the rolls in Nassau County State Supreme Court fighting foreclosure. I get it. But when we look at how this is going about, the fact that the president of the Baldwin Civic Association didn't even know about these properties, and then to hear that the Baldwin community is going to have basically the first right of refusal or choice, that concerns me. Who is the marketplace that this is going after? How is the outreach going to take place to even determine who the viable attendees or residents of this facility will be? I hear about the changes in Sandy and things of that nature, 25 units. I get it, but we still have young people who can't afford housing, who can't afford to live here. So we still have development issues in downtown Baldwin. You know, as I said, I just happened to drive by this property because I just happen to be down that part of Grand Avenue. But you have local residents in Baldwin, like myself, like Mrs. Montalbano, who don't even know about this structure. So again, who is going in there? What is it going to be about? what really is the fiscal impact for those of us who will have to eat the balance of these taxes. You can call it a good pilot, you can call it a bad pilot, just like you have good cholesterol and you've got bad cholesterol. Either way, it's going to impact the overall system, and we need to make sure that we address it. The income level, where I agree, no one, and unfortunately, we still have residents in this township that are only making $45,000 and have to pay the taxes for this township. So I agree that there are certain requirements within this process that do need to be revised, but I'm again hopeful that you're not looking at this blindly and then just voting for it, and then it comes back later to bite us all, because it is biting us in the pockets a lot deeper. And like I said, when I sat here, can we get this equipment that we paid for, that some contractor has made some money, so that the residents can find out what's going on a regular basis? Because hearing about stuff and trying to write down questions and to get some answers, it's enough already. It's enough. We pay too much to have broken down, you know, every time we come here, something's broken down. If it's not the HVAC, it's the audio visual. Stop paying the money if we cannot get the quality service and we can't get the products and we can't get the equipment or the technology. It's 2018 already. Thank you.
Ms. Merida, I just want to thank you for your comments, and also for Ms. Montalbano. Both of you are leaders in the community, and you are always are passionate voices for Baldwin. And I agree with you. I have some concerns, and I think we need to look into this more. I think there needs to be some outreach within the Baldwin community. So I heard what you said, and thank you.
If I might, Supervisor Gillen, I just, when I hear it, I feel the need to just make sure the record's clear. This is not taking money. What are we losing? We're not losing anything if a property can't sell at market rates and market value and therefore generate those taxes. So you have to look at what you started with. You started with a vacant piece of property. There may have been a single-family home there at one point, and we have built something that is good for the community, and I believe you all believe it is good for the community because it creates some important senior housing. And tax-wise, it needs some relief, but it will generate taxes well more than it's generating the way it was. And, you know, it's the same thing that we could look at when we see senior exemptions and all the exemptions that we can apply for. They are based on a public policy, a good public policy. So I could come into a meeting and say, why are we giving senior exemptions out? I'm paying more. But that's not the question. The question is, how do we generate and how do we create things that we need in the community, considering all factors, one of which is that we need seniors to stay so they get exemptions. Seniors get exemptions. These are all going to be seniors. So we're asking, give them some exemption here would be my last request. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I do agree with Councilwoman Sweeney that we need to have some involvement and some discussion with the Baldwin community. I think that's an important part, that there's always community buy-in when you're considering pilots. So I do think that that is an important part of this component. Is there anybody else who wishes to be heard?
Just a different, since we're talking about this, I think too, we must meet with the community before we meet again with the developers for the project development we have. We must make sure that all residents in Baldwin are invited to the meeting that we must have. So we have to do that soon.
So is there a motion on this hearing?
I'd like to make a motion to grant item number 10 and to reserve judgment on item number 11.
Two separate votes, Supervisor. We need two separate votes. One on 10, and then call 10 first, then 11.
So on item, public hearing number 10, may I have a motion?
You want me to say it again?
Does she have to say the motion again?
For clarity, just do the motion on 10.
Okay. On item number 10, I'd like to make a motion to grant item 10.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilman Ambrosino. Councilman D'Esposito. Councilman Dunn. Senior Councilwoman Gooseby. Councilwoman King Sweeney.
Aye.
Supervisor Gillen.
Aye. Madam, may I have a motion on item number 11?
Supervisor, I'd like to make a motion to reserve judgment on item 11.
I second the motion.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilman Ambrosino. Councilman Diaz-Bazito. Councilman Dunn. Senior Councilwoman Gooseby.
Aye.
Councilwoman King Sweeney.
Aye.
Supervisor Gillen.
Aye. That concludes our public hearings.
12. I'm going to read.
So that's a decision. That's the decision calendar. Now we have a decision calendar. If you would please call our decision calendar, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor, there is one item on the decision calendar, which is the application of Nassau Land Developers, LLC, for rezoning from Residence B District to Business District located at 1184 Hempstead Turnpike, Uniondale, southeast corner of Hempstead Turnpike and Walton Avenue.
May I have a motion on the decision calendar?
I reserve the decision on item number 12.
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilman Ambrosino. Councilman Diaz-Bazito. Councilman Dunn. Senior Councilwoman Gooseby.
Aye.
Councilwoman King Sweeney.
Aye. Okay, Madam Clerk, will you please call the administrative calendar?
Supervisor, on the administrative calendars, there's items 13 through 50, and I also have a resolution that is of an urgent nature. The resolution is resolution rescinding resolution number 1449-2017 and authorizing the supervisor to execute an intermunicipal agreement with the County of Nassau. This will be item number 51 on the calendar.
Are there any council members who wish to sever any of the items on the administrative calendar?
I'd like to make a motion that we sever item 38.
Second. What about 41?
Wait. So do we get a motion in a second?
Wait a minute.
Second.
We need a motion in a second first.
Ambrosino second. I'd like to add 41 to that also. Mr. Ambrosino, you second that too? You know what? We're going to move to table 38 and 41. The 38 and 41. Is that?
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Wait a minute, I have,
On the
Motion to
motion-
table. There's no discussion on a motion to table.
no,
Councilman Ambrosino.
I didn't call this. Oh, you put that, okay.
Councilman Diaz-Bazito.
Aye.
Councilman Dunn.
Aye.
Senior Councilwoman Gooseby.
Aye.
Councilwoman King Sweeney.
No, I wish we would go ahead and discuss this and vote on it. I fully support this resolution, which calls for greater transparency in the RFP process. And I hope over the next 2 weeks, we can come to something which is agreeable for the majority of the town board. So, no.
Supervisor Gillen.
I too wish that we were moving forward on the RFP proposal. I was made aware just on the beginning of this meeting that there was an issue that one of the commissioners had. We have been negotiating in a bipartisan way in good faith to move forward with this resolution. I'm disappointed that I only found out right before the board meeting that there was an issue still with this resolution. I wish we had found that out sooner. But I do look forward to working in good faith with the members of this board in a bipartisan way to see that this transparency initiative moves forward. So I vote no.
Did I vote?
You voted.
I voted yes, that's good. With you? Yes, okay.
Okay. Fine.
No, but I voted before her. Why did I vote before her?
Okay. Now may I have a motion on the administrative calendar, excluding the tabled items?
We only voted on one.
2 that have been severed, 38 and 41. You want me to read it again? I move the administrative calendar in its entirety from 13 through 51, with the exception of the 2 that have been severed, 38 and 41. I didn't think I voted. I just did that. Want me to do it again? That's twice.
Motion was made and seconded.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilman Ambrosino. Councilman Diaz-Esposito. Councilman Dunn.
Aye.
Senior Councilwoman Gooseby.
Aye.
Councilwoman King Sweeney.
Can we clarify what's going on?
I meant twice. I read.
I'm sorry, because I have something to say about some other items. What are we voting on?
Administrative calendar 13 through 51, with the exception of 38 and 40.
Okay, so I voted against 38. Got it. So this is the remainder of the administrative calendar. Got it. So I do support the remainder of the administrative calendar. We're not there yet.
No.
What are we voting on?
38 and 41 have been taken, okay?
Right.
So we're there.
We're
Now we're on the administrative calendar.
Right, but what are we voting on?
We have a motion on the administrative calendar, and now yes, we have a motion. So now we're going to hear public comment on the administrative calendar.
Got it.
A motion and a second, and now we're going to hear public comment on the administrative calendar. So first we have Felix Procacci.
Felix Procacci, 1165 Bond Street, Franklin Square. First, on item number 39, regarding the tent that is going to be put up, and since there's performances there, do they need a cabaret permit to perform, have acts under that tent in that area?
What are you asking?
He's asking about number 39. Mr. Rod, is there a cabaret license needed for the Cirque du Soleil to perform at the Nassau Veterans Memorial?
No, I don't. I believe the building department has looked at this, and they're not going to, they do not need a cabaret license.
Okay. On item number 43, the various resolutions, Gail Rosenbaum, what will she be doing for the supervisor's office?
When I arrived, there was no receptionist left on the fourth floor. So we had to pull someone from DGS to fill in those duties until we found a receptionist. So Ms. Rosenbaum will be acting as a receptionist for the fourth floor.
Okay. On item number 42, retaining Be Ready, Fishbein, et cetera, to represent Santino. That firm already represents this town on other items, and being the nature of the type of litigation that's they're going to be representing, I feel that they have a conflict of interest in that, and they should find another firm.
I agree with you.
And also, the fact of the matter is that since, Supervisor Santino violated all standard protocol when he passed that resolution, never explained it, there were no meetings, no analysis was done because he was totally off the rails. And I'm not sure why we should give him any benefit, being that he basically did this almost like independent of the town board, and he just pushed it through because he knew he could get the votes. And also it violated town law. It violated the ethics law because Mr. Diaz-Esposito, Mr. Dunn, and Mr. Santino, immediate family members, benefited from that CBA agreement. So being that it was all illegal, and he has a history of letting people flounder even though they have good legal arguments, he should just pick up his own legal tab, sue the town, and say why he's entitled to it. He broke all the laws when he entered into this. He wasn't doing this out of public policy. He wasn't doing this to help the residents. There was no discussion here. The reason Mr. Ra, he wouldn't even explain anything. Mr. Ra says it spoke for itself. The law spoke for it, and it didn't speak to anything. There was no explanation why this was in the benefit of the taxpayers. So I'm against that. In addition,
Mr. Mr. Rod, do you want to explain the indemnification of the former supervisor?
Supervisor, since the circumstances surrounding this matter lead to my recusal and the recusal of my office, there are other attorneys in the audience who perhaps can talk about that. Would that be okay if we called on somebody else?
To explain why the town has to indemnify the former supervisor?
Okay, so let me, under the town law, the town code provides that for any official acts conducted by elected officials, the town must indemnify and hold harmless those elected officials for those official acts. And it's a town code provision, and that's the answer.
I understand, but he wasn't doing this as an act for the town. He broke town law in doing that act. So he was acting outside the law, right? Because the ethics law is very clear. And that's one of the things when I argued that public hearing I spoke on, how the town itself, not one of the town officials ever brought that, although I urged all of you to do that, to bring in and get an advisory opinion, and no one did that, even though it was very clear. So we're not enforcing town law anyway. So why do we have to enforce this town law, but you didn't want to enforce the ethics law? This one you care about, the indemnification, but why didn't you care about the ethics law that was violated? No one cared about that. But we care about this one. Why? Why do we care about this one? If we're going to break one law, one law is as good as another. If you're going to go off the rails all the way. Why are you going to pick and choose which law you're going to enforce? And he was like I said, he violated law. You should get an advisory opinion first before you even vote on this, and see what the ethics board says as to the benefit to the immediate family of the members who voted for this. Get an advisory opinion first. Don't go off the rails. Follow town code. You're telling me that you're going to follow town code here, but now you won't follow town code when I tell you to follow town code. Please follow town code. Thank you.
Actually, I think, Mr. Procacci, you've raised some issues, and I think we need to have a public conversation about this. So there are a lot of, I think, questions that we need to ask about this, and I certainly have not been a vocal supporter of Supervisor Santino over the last 18 months or so. I think that that's fair to say. And I voiced my strong opposition to the amendment to that collective bargaining agreement, MOU, and I voted against it. I don't think there were any stronger words I could have used. Perhaps you can go through my public statements and suggest otherwise. I was clear in my dislike for that MOU, right? So I don't know what is to be gained, however, by suing Supervisor Santino, because I'm not sure what relief Supervisor Santino at this point can possibly give the town. So that action in and of itself is a colossal waste of resources. Now, so that aside, hold on, I let you speak, so now let me speak. I also question what is possibly to be gained by suing all of the town board members in our personal individual capacity. I'm speaking. Actually, it is a completely accurate statement. If anyone has the caption of the lawsuit, we can show that. The town board is sued, which I think is also a waste of time, but and then individually, all of us are named, which means that had I not authorized counsel to the town board to accept service on my behalf, someone would have been knocking at my front door. And I can tell you, if my child answered that door, there would be a holy war right now, because I voted against this MOU. And to go ahead and name each of these people on the town board in our personal and private capacity, and it's right here. So we can use this, we can share it, we can toss it around the audience today. My name, along with all of my fellow board members, whether they voted for or against it, we are named personally and individually. I've spoken to about 20 lawyers in the last week, big waste of time. They all are in agreement that we were sued personally and individually. This is nothing more than a massive PR stunt. I have a family and I have a professional job, and I now need to deal with a lawsuit for something that I voted against. And I also have to be leaving here right after this vote and avoid public session, and not avoid, I am going to have to miss public session because because I have to go meet with a lawyer at 2:30 in Manhattan to figure out how to defend myself in this lawsuit for something I voted against. So, in connection with all of this, I've spoken with our controller, and I have asked him to provide us with monthly updates on the impact that this financially will have on the town of Hempstead. I will be posting that on my Facebook every month so that the town of Hempstead residents can see how absurd this lawsuit is. There were lots of ways to resolve this. One would just be talking with each other, but to actually go ahead and have the insane notion of suing town board members for a vote, yes or no, whether or not it was right, individually and personally, is really shameful and hurtful.
I have something to say as well. So
Let me finish. First of all, I'm not going to discuss all that stuff about the lawsuit because that's not really relevant. I didn't say that we're going to sue Supervisor Santino. What I asked all of you to do back in January was to ask the Ethics Board for an advisory opinion on his actions prior to doing anything, because that's in the law. That's all I asked you. I'm not going to even discuss the lawsuit because I read the whole case. That's another discussion we could have over, like, a 3-week hiatus, But the thing is, just to ask for an advisory opinion, I don't think is off the rails. I think it's very appropriate. It's not an accusation. It's just asking an advisory opinion on the actions of a board member. And I think that was very appropriate. And I wish one of you would have done that.
Okay, I have something to say as well. I too voted against it, but I am also sued individually. My name is on there, Dorothy L. Gooseby, and I'm certainly happy they didn't come to my home because my kids, my dog would not have allowed anyone actually to come in there. She's a good dog. She makes sure that people don't come in my house that shouldn't, and it would have happened. And I really don't appreciate it. So I'm getting something. I find out after it's done that I'm being sued also. Why? It's the second time I've been sued for political reasons. Second time for political reasons because I do what I know is right for the people that I represent. And I really resent it.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to explain that it's surprising to me that someone who holds a law degree from a very prestigious institution and university doesn't understand that she's not being sued in her personal capacity. No one's being sued in their individual capacity. That's clear from reading the pleading, and it's something that can be resolved quite easily if there is some confusion. No one's being sued in their individual capacity. Their lawyers can explain to them why it was necessary to sue the town board in order to get relief for the taxpayers. So to spin it that people are being sued individually in their individual capacity to make themselves the victims instead of the real victims here, who are the taxpayers of the town of Hempstead, who got saddled with an agreement that takes away the authority of this board and this office in order to respond to a fiscal emergency I would be left with no choice to properly manage this budget other than to raise taxes. The taxpayers are the victim here, and that's why I'm surprised that there's any resistance from this board, because most of the people on this board either voted against the MOA or said that they didn't believe it was enforceable. So they should join me in seeking an adjudication of that point by the court, who is the only person who can resolve this absent an agreement with the union.
Well, she already has her statement written. We didn't write one.
I didn't
realize this was coming up. But the whole thing is she's incorrect. That sheet of paper has Dorothy L. Gooseby as one of the people who's being sued. Your name is also on there. And all of us, everybody's name. It did not say because you did not vote for it that your name is not here. I can read.
Actually, look at the first footnote, and you can see that.
No. I see the paper, and they were supposed to come to my house to serve me. So if I'm not being sued, why would they have to come to my home to serve me?
Nobody came to your home.
Because we were fortunate that stopped them from coming to our homes, and we got it here.
Thank you, Senior Councilwoman.
Actually, I'm still talking. I would like to talk. Thank you, Senior Councilwoman. First of all, I do appreciate the shout out to Notre Dame, but that said, yes, I read with great interest this complaint. I read that it's noted that myself and others did vote against this, and that, yes, if you read the complaint, it is clear that it was due to an official action of mine. However, the caption does sue me personally. That is accurate, and I hope that the town of Hempstead will not be paying the legal bills of anyone, but let alone someone who drafted a caption such as this. because we are sued personally. I mean, I have spoken, the amount of lawyers I've spoken on this. Mr. Rock, can you comment on this, whether or not, I mean, this has nothing about, are you recused from commenting on this?
There are other attorneys here who can answer.
Okay, Mr. Regina,
Yes, Councilwoman.
am I sued, along with my town board members, are we sued personally?
All 6 of your names are listed individually.
Right. So then when I have clients that require me to disclose if I'm ever a defendant in a lawsuit, what do I have to do?
The correct answer would be yes.
Yeah. So all of my legal business dealings that have zero to do with the town of Hempstead, zero to do with Nassau County, in most cases even zero to do with the state of New York, I still have to let them know.
That is correct.
Okay, so is that friendly? Is it helpful? Is that actually trying to resolve this matter that I voted against?
I also ask you, when I go into my community and people ask me why I'm being sued, what am I supposed to do? I'm telling them that I'm being sued for not something that I did, because someone has a vendetta that they want to get through. That's all.
As I said, I think the pleading speaks for itself. Nobody's named in their individual capacity. And as the plaintiff, I think I would know if people are being sued in their individual capacity. They're not being sued in their individual capacity. They're being sued in their capacity as council members of the board at the time that these 2 horrible resolutions passed at the detriment to the taxpayers.
So we've been complaining about this for about 10 days, that we've all been sued in our individual capacity, and you've had every opportunity to reach out to your lawyer to amend the caption. So do you want to call him now? We can do a group conference call and advise him to change the caption so that it is clear for everyone to see that we're not sued individually.
Actually, I haven't spoken to you at all about the lawsuit before today, Councilwoman, but amending the caption may be something that we can consider if it would give you greater comfort.
Well, why hasn't it been done?
Because we've never talked about it before.
Because
and
I
think the pleading
actually,
speaks for
exactly, we have not talked about it because you told me about it after it was filed, and unless I'm in a public setting, I'm certainly not going to have any dialogue with you because you're suing me. So why would I have a conversation with you unless I had an attorney present? And in fact, I don't even have one to represent me personally yet. I'm going into the city this afternoon, and hopefully I can retain someone.
So we didn't have a discussion about it, so we've never discussed that possibility.
Well, obviously you've read about in the papers that all of us are very upset about the fact that we've been sued personally and individually.
And
So why would you have not corrected it?
I think the pleading is very clear that you're not being sued in your individual capacity. I think it's very clear that you're being sued in your official capacity as a council member, and that this lawsuit is being sued to protect the taxpayers, just as we said, and just as you encouraged people to do back in December.
I was totally opposed to it. There's no question that I was opposed to it. I couldn't have been more clear. I remain opposed to it. So the question is, can you please amend this caption today to confirm that we're not being sued in our individual capacity? This is a simple request.
I'll take it under advisement.
Why take it under advisement? Why not just say yes, remove all of us, and say the town of Hempstead? If you are
Well, you're really and truly, I don't understand. You're an attorney. Why do you have to discuss it with this attorney when you're the one who's bringing the lawsuit? I'm not an attorney, but I know better than that.
I think the pleading speaks for itself and is very clear.
Well, then that's what I'm saying. You are suing us individually, and you will not admit it.
I won't admit it because I'm not doing that. And so I think the pleading is very clear. I don't think it requires clarification. But if it does, then we'll clarify it. But I think the pleading itself speaks very clearly that everybody is being sued in their official capacity.
Official capacity, but my name is still Dorothy Gooseby.
Robert Weiss.
Just to clarify, though, but because of your refusal to amend this caption and to remove me personally from the lawsuit, I have to go into Manhattan, likely hire an attorney, and have the town of Hempstead absorb those expenses.
I have just made perfectly clear on the record that no one sitting on this board is being sued in their individual capacity. You can take the minutes and you can take them to court if you think that you're being sued in your individual capacity.
Then change the caption. If we really want to have clarity, I have a lawsuit that is against me as an individual right now. So let's change it. The town of Hempstead residents are paying for this. It is exactly because I'm indemnified for all professional actions that I take in the context of the town of Hempstead. Absolutely. And I voted the way that you wanted me to vote. So this is doubly crazy.
Okay. I'm trying to save the taxpayers' money. I've had a lot of support for this lawsuit because what happened on December 12th is an outrage. Robert Weiss.
So just to clarify, we're not going to amend the caption, and I do have to go into Manhattan and hire a personal attorney to defend myself. I just want to make this clear, and they don't come cheap. That's for sure.
Captions are not allegations. The allegations make clear that it's very much in your official capacity.
change
You're
it.
not being
Change it. It's simple. Change it. I don't want a lawsuit naming me personally as an individual. I have a family and I have a business. Change it.
I'm not
This is
suing you in your
simple.
personal capacity. Okay. Robert Weiss.
Robert Weiss, Weiss Properties, 41 Baird Street, New Brunswick, New Jersey. If I could have chose not to be in this part of the program, I would have. But that said, good afternoon, Supervisor Gillen and Town Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Robert Weiss. I'm president of Weiss Properties. I'm the co-owner of the Woodmere Club.
Sir, can you just identify which item you're speaking on?
Yes, I'm speaking on item 48. I'm sorry about that. I've been a real estate developer for over 30 years, and I've appeared hundreds of times in many different townships in front of town councils, planning, and zoning boards. We purchased the Woodmere Club on April 26, 2017, and currently have no debt on the property. We have successfully operated the club for over a year and have a contractual obligation to do so for an additional 3.5 years. Since we purchased the property, we've made numerous overtures and outright requests through our professionals to discuss the potential rezoning of our property in order to create an award-winning community that everybody could be proud of.
Sir, if I could just interrupt for 1 minute, just a question. Because it's not actually a public hearing today or on the calendar, are you discussing the date? Is that an issue?
I'm not discussing the ordinance.
Okay, so you're here for it to change because there's a problem with the date of the hearing?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, I'm not discussing the ordinance. As I was saying, that we made numerous overtures to be able to discuss this project. We were told that the town was in the process of conducting a comprehensive study to ensure that any new development in our property would consist with the existing residential lots in the surrounding area, and that nothing would happen until the study was presented to the public. A year has gone by, and we still have not seen the study. However, we did our own comprehensive study, and that only took us 2 months. It was my clear understanding that we'd have the opportunity to review the town's report and have the opportunity to have a constructive conversation with both the town and our respective professionals prior to any new proposed zoning changes. I was extremely disappointed. Now, I have to say that I was pretty shocked to hear last Friday at 5 p.m. that this board intended to introduce a resolution calling for a public meeting in 9 working days to hear comments on a proposed new zoning ordinance without the benefit of any reports or information from the town on what is probably the most significant proposed zoning change in decades. Does that make any sense? It doesn't make any sense to me, and I'm pretty good at this. In fact, I regularly receive awards for planning and development, design and construction. One award that was given to me this year was the Somerset County Development and Planning Award, and I'd like to read you the description because I think it's pertinent. This award is for a project that exemplifies superior site design, addresses contemporary planning issues, and exerts a positive influence on the character of the county and surrounding communities. This is what I do for a living, and this is what I would like to have the opportunity to do at the Woodmere Club. But I can only give the town of Hempstead the project they deserve with cooperation and dialogue. I cannot do it in a vacuum. If the town truly desires to have a fair and transparent process addressing the zoning on our property, as is our desire, this report must be immediately released to the public. I would then respectfully request that the town officials and professionals are instructed to begin immediate working discussions and meetings to collaborate with all the parties and how to best move forward with this project. It is our desire to create a fantastic project that works within the needs of the community, but to do this, we must be involved with the process. Thank you very much for your time. Any questions? Thank you.
Michael Watt. Michael Watt. Mary Ellen Cray.
Good afternoon, Mary Ellen Cray, 436 Locust Avenue, Uniondale. On item number 13. So I'm wondering, once this property has, the building has been raised, what is intended to be done with it, and whether there's a thought to work with Uniondale Community Land Trust to put another property on it, or is the town intending to?
Commissioner?
Good afternoon. What specifically question are you?
13.
Yes.
Sorry, is it 13? Oh, 15, I'm sorry. Southern Parkway.
Okay, Southern Parkway.
Demolish the building.
Yes. Basically, what's happening with that one, we went to the location, and it needs to be taken down. It's going to be having to be taken down slowly because it's of a zero lot line. The properties are so close together. At that point, you can reach out to the owner and look into, purchasing it or whatever
So the
agreement you
town
make.
has not taken over its possession or anything?
No, the town has not and will not.
I see. So it's just that you feel the structure is unsafe and has to be
That is correct.
demolished?
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
On item 24, I'm wondering what kinds of training do the landscapers who work on the town properties get in things like fertilizer application, horticulture, and so on? I know that for the pesticide applicator license, there are requirements for 8-hour courses and so on, or sometimes 30-hour courses. So I'm just wondering, in how well are we training our landscapers to do the kinds of work that is required on town properties, please? That's 24. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Are you on?
Hi.
Nice to see you again. The item on number 24 regards to the,
I don't think the audience can hear you. I can't.
item 24 relates to an employee of my Conservation and Waterways Department who has for 30 years possessed a license that has to be renewed periodically. And that is for the commercial application of pesticides.
Correct.
That's something that's done periodically, not a lot, but whenever there's an infestation, he's called out for not only my department, but other departments. The same person operates throughout the whole town in terms of taking care of the freshwater wetland areas, the streams. He cuts the trails, he cuts the grass. So he takes care of a lot of other things besides that. But if the situation occurs, he's able to take care of the issue right then and there.
Yes. And so I'm wondering also in the other areas of his expertise, what kind of training he gets ongoing.
And as far as what?
As far as fertilizer application, which, as you have read in the papers, is a big deal right now, and horticulture, things of that type.
He has license and degrees from the various boards from the county health department, and he's got training from the local universities as well. So he's been doing this for over 30 years, and we've never had a problem.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I go to a number of training sessions, and I've never heard of people being there from the town of Hempstead. That's why I'm wondering.
Well, most of the time they have special training for
Specifically on site?
Yes.
Thank you. On item 34, energy performance engineering consulting services, will this include solar?
Commissioner of Engineering? Number 34.
Hi, how you doing?
How are you?
The projects haven't been selected yet. This is just to hire the consultant that's going to help us find the ESCO that we potentially enter into a contract with. So the projects have not been selected yet.
I see.
But it would most likely include solar.
So that's something that you would try to encourage?
Oh, yeah, 100%. That's at the top of the list.
Okay, thank you. On item 37, I'm just wondering, construction or reconstruction of sidewalk area along certain streets. Usually it mentions communities, and this is sort of open.
Well, we have them, but you could get them later. Mr. Highways, Commissioner?
It's townwide.
Okay.
It's various locations throughout the town of Hempstead. That's why it doesn't have, you would have to list them all because there's premises throughout the town of Hempstead.
Okay. So is this the type of thing where the residents would be billed then for the sidewalk renovations?
Generally speaking, that's what this is, yes.
These are mostly in residential areas, or?
Well, they could be, they have various locations throughout the town of Hempstead. They could be commercial also, but it would be mostly residential, but it's throughout the town of Hempstead.
Thank you. And so on the public hearing, is it necessary to refile I'm sorry, number 50?
Number 50?
Yes, calling a public hearing.
Yes,
Is
calling
it
it.
necessary for gas stations and so on to refile every few years? Is that why this is coming up? Or are they planning something new, and how can we get the information?
I think this is something new that.
This is a gasoline service station that wants to come into the gasoline service station district. So they currently are not in the GSS district, and they want to do repairs, and they want to do improvements to the property. And in order for a gasoline service station to do that, they must join the zone. They have to be applied to get into the gasoline service station zone.
Well, this is very interesting. I just assumed that if you were a gas station, you had to be part of that.
Well, sometime a long, long time ago, so long ago probably before I got here, which is a really long time ago, a GSS district was formed, and all gasoline service stations had to join. And over the years, some did and some didn't. But the board has a policy that if you want to do improvements, you must join. And so the numbers are dwindling, but there's still some out there that are not in the GSS district.
That's very interesting. So you don't go out and look at location XYZ and say, they're not on the list of the GSS district, you better...
No, we don't.
Excuse me?
We do not.
You do not. Interesting. I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Stuart Cruel. Stuart, are you passing? Okay. Ms. Wilhelmina Thunderberg.
Wilhelmina Funderburg. I reside at 156 East Clinton Avenue, Roosevelt, New York. I really want to talk about our new elected supervisor on item 42. You know, I've been coming back and forth to the meetings, and in the beginning, you know, she had her crowd back there that was clapping and, you know, all for her and all against our past supervisor, Santino. The last two meetings I've been, it seems like they are not clapping for her. The last meeting was something else. Now we come to the point where she's supposed to be making sure that the taxpayers don't have to pay a lot. Taxes are not going to be increased. I'd just like to figure out how in the world can a person who's the driver of a bus, and the board members are on the bus with her, and she is the one that is supposed to guide this bus, but yet it's still, she haven't presented her agenda to them. She doesn't know where she's going, but all of a sudden, she stops the bus, and she decides that she's going to put them all off. Because, you know, when you can sue your workers, people who have to cover your back, people who have to make sure that your agenda gets pushed forward, I just like to ask the supervisor, how do you sleep at night? How do you sleep at night? You know, when you first came aboard, like I said, you had people back there cheering you, you know, and if you said anything about you or didn't agree, they had nasty remarks to make. Now they're making all the nasty remarks about you, you know, and you have 7 people on the board. You're just one vote, and I heard you say that last time, and I was really happy that you really realized that you only have 1 vote. It's 7 of you there. You're 1/7. And if you don't discuss things with your board members, how do you expect to make any progress? How do you expect to move your wagon forward? And how do you expect to get reelected when the time comes, when all the things that you have promised, you haven't done any of them? And one thing about taxpayers, We don't like when our taxes are increased. And this, when you start suing your board members, that's a long process. And I'm sitting there and I'm hearing you saying, oh, no, it's, you know, you're not individual. It's all over Newsday. All over Newsday. And even you made a statement in Newsday, well, you know, I thought I had the support of my board. But now I don't know. Well, hell, you can't think you got the support of your board when you're suing them. I mean, come on. I mean, you're supposed to be able to sit down, speak with them, talk, run things by them, and you all are supposed to come together. And one thing you need to learn from Mr. Santino, he did that. And I know, you know, he talked to the board, because I came to a lot of board meetings. I was here. Okay? I'm not saying he was perfect, because none of us are perfect. No matter who you are, what side of the track you're on, you're not perfect. But I tell you this, if you have a dog and you start kicking him a lot, he will bite you. And that's what's happening up here with your board members. And if you don't get it together, you might sit there and look smug-faced. But I tell you, if you don't work with the people that help elect you, you can forget it. Simply forget it. And taxpayers, you know, Senator Dorothy Gooseby got 93% of the vote. And I'm going to tell you something. My people, we have not learned how to split our votes. So when they walk in and they're going to vote Democrat, they go straight across the board. But I guarantee you, when the next time come around, they will not go across that board for you. Believe me when I tell you. And I've been walking around a lot. I've been to a lot of these board meetings, and I've been on school boards, and I'm telling you, if you can't work with your board members, you are lost. So you better get it together, young lady. And you better do it real fast, because you're on the way out.
Thank you. Lucille Defina.
Thank you so much for saying everything that I would have said, but much better. It's amazing to me that here we are, and this is the advice that you've taken from somebody, most likely some Democratic attorney who is telling you what to do. You came here with promises, and I want to make it real clear. I really don't care about this whole political thing. I don't care about Republican. I don't care about Democrats. I'm here since 2010 because of the animal shelter. And what has gone on in the animal shelter for all these years pretty much is exactly what's going on right here at the town board. You're all acting like a bunch of animals, and those poor animals are definitely paying the price. So this is not what you were supposed to come here to do, and I don't want to hear a list of what you're doing at the animal shelter. What you came here to do is to bring both parties together. You were supposed to make some sort of peace. You were supposed to get them to cooperate. And this is what you do? You know damn well that by the time this lawsuit comes up to be, you're not even going to be sitting there anymore. So what was the sense? You could have made all the changes you needed to make as soon as you got elected. What does it matter now what Santino does, what anybody does? You're in charge now. You're the boss. I think you need to stop listening to all the people that you hired from the Democrat club that are advising you totally wrong, because it's your career that's on the line, and it's you who's not going to be sitting there. So why don't we just all get it together? Democrat, Republican, somebody tell me who's going to help the animals? Who's going to help the animal shelter? Can somebody please step up? Because I'm sick and tired of them being caught in this war zone.
Is there anybody else who wants to be heard on the administrative calendar?
Valerie Lamp Baldwin. So, a couple of things.
Which item are you speaking on?
Speaking about this, the controversial resolution with regards to paying the legal fees for Santino. And also, I'm in Councilwoman Erin King Sweeney's district. So let me just take a breath. I'm hoping to appeal to your side of mending fences and not erecting them. I would like to see, it sounds like a very simple request, and if you can change the caption, you're saying it's clear, it's clear, it's clear. It's clearly not clear, because every single person on this board is under the impression that they are in fact being personally sued. Apparently there was some kind of intervention so that they weren't served papers at their personal homes. I'm trying to appeal to you to bury this hatchet right now. There's a better way of going about this. You can easily change that caption. Erin won't have to go into the city and hire a very expensive attorney. All of the other board members won't have to hire extremely expensive counsel as well, to the tune of whatever it is on the taxpayers' backs. If you don't take this opportunity to bridge some of the differences, I think it's a big mistake.
Thank you. As I said on the record, none of the council members are being sued in their individual capacity.
I know you said that, but just put it in writing.
I'm in the middle of a board meeting. There are a lot of procedural rules that relate to amendment of pleadings. I have to consult with counsel. If it needs to be clarified, it can be further clarified, but I'm not going to amend a pleading right now in front of a town board meeting without consulting with my counsel. As I said, I think the pleading is very clear that people are being sued in their official capacity, not in their individual capacity, and I will revisit that issue if in fact there is a disagreement with the court or with my attorney.
It is clearly ambiguous because there is a lot of angst right now, and they're asking for a verbal commitment from you. You're saying, I'm not doing it, I'm not doing it, I'm not doing it, so put it in writing. Make the commitment to put it in writing. I think it's simple.
I think it already is in writing.
I understand, but clearly there's a discrepancy in the interpretation. So Erin's saying, just change the caption. Release these board members that you have to govern with over the next, what do we have left now? 18 months? I don't know where we are. What is this, 18 months left? I don't know. But you have to govern with these people. You have to caucus. They can't even meet with you without having personal counsel with them, because otherwise, it's dangerous for them and ineffective. They need to be able to work with you and to trust you. So if you're sitting here saying, it's clear, it's clear, it's clear, they're saying it's not clear. Take this moment to shine and say, you know what, there's a miscommunication, let's make it clear, I will put it in writing, and let's work together.
As I said, if it's not clear in the pleading, it's something that will be addressed by amendment, but there are procedural rules that relate to amendment that I have to confer with my attorney to see if we are in compliance with the procedural rules, and I really can't comment further than that.
Really, I am a lawyer. Can I say for 1 second, if you could stop her time? I mean, I'm not in court all the time. I don't do this type of stuff on a daily basis, but it's very easy to amend a caption. So I'm not sure what procedural, complicated rules discussions we need to have. Amend the caption. We've been complaining about this for 10 days. It's clear. I mean, what is to be gained from suing us all individually and personally? I don't understand, other than like maximum PR stunt. She sued all the town board members, and I have this hanging over my head. I don't understand it.
As I said, I am not suing anyone in their individual capacity. I will speak with my attorney about the rules. If amendment is necessary to make that clear to the judge and to the court that no one is being sued in their individual capacity, I will do that. But I'm going to confer with my attorney about it, and then we'll do what we need to do to make sure it's clear if it's not already clear by the language that's in the pleading.
So for the last 10 days, we've all had this hanging over our head. I've spent countless hours on the phone with attorneys trying to get attorney, one that you would object to. So I'm going down the line trying to get attorneys after attorney, hours and hours spent on this. I can't even tell you. I don't see how this helps the residents of the 5th Councilmanic District in the town of Hempstead. And unlike the senior councilwoman Gooseby, I didn't get elected with 93% of the vote. I mean, I think you can minus 40 from that, or 30, whatever it was. I mean, we got to work hard for our district. And I have this stupid burden hanging over my head, and I don't see what the value is, particularly when I voted against it.
Okay, well, what I can do, I don't have to speak to council, and while you're talking to yours, we will start a petition on change.org, and we will request signatures from every single Town of Hempstead resident, and we are going to ask you to change the caption so that it's not going to cost the taxpayers, I don't know how much money it is, but I know lawsuits take forever, and you're talking about an individual attorney per board member, correct? Each board member is going to get their own attorney?
I would imagine potentially, because I'm not sure that and I'm just speaking off the cuff, but I'm not sure that every single person's interests are perfectly aligned, because I voted against it, others voted against it, some voted for it, maybe we all had different reasons for doing it. I voted for the transfers with the exception of 3 people. I don't know where that all shakes itself out, and I think we've all learned, even at the federal level with all the lawsuits going on with the president, you have no idea where these things end up. So I can tell you with certainty that I'm going to do everything I humanly can to protect my reputation and my family's reputation.
I get that. All right, well, that's all I really, actually, one last thing. I've been coming to these meetings now for, it feels like forever. I'm getting gray hair because of it. But I also think that, you know what, Laura, maybe, you didn't come to the first 2 board meetings after you were immediately elected. People were definitely looking for you. They wanted to hear your voice. And at the last board meeting, I don't believe you spoke. You didn't take the microphone. Maybe you could have persuaded that vote from happening differently. Maybe instead of 4-3, the way that it went, it would have gone 4-3 the other way. I don't know. But additionally, I do think that you're supposed to be a leader. Leaders bring sides together. You could have spoken with your board prior to whipping out this lawsuit and smacking them in the face with it. I think it's a little harsh. I really do.
There's a binding contractual obligation that the town is bound by because of what happened on December 12th. It's a no layoff clause.
You did not speak out against.
I absolutely spoke out against.
Not at the meeting. I was
absolutely
there. You
spoke
did not
out
take
against
the microphone. You did
and
not.
It's a binding contractual obligation. We cannot negotiate away amongst ourselves a binding contractual obligation. It has to go before a court unless the union agrees. We reached out to the union did not agree to modify that language. We cannot agree that we're not going to abide by a contract that was signed with the town of Hempstead.
So you think that this has been executed in a positive way? You think that this was the best way to go about seeking resolution and teamwork?
I think that it was absolutely necessary to stand up for the taxpayers of the town of Hempstead, who have been saddled with a burden far beyond what any of the costs associated with this litigation could be.
How do you know that?
Because we already have over $2 million burden that was added to the budget, and the budget was out of balance on day 1.
Okay, but you added $2 million in salary, and you have no idea what this lawsuit is going to cost.
That's for 1 year. That goes on and on and on and on, and there are health care costs and pension costs associated with that, not to mention the fact of what could happen if we face a fiscal emergency.
Well, I have no doubt that now that we're also adding this very costly lawsuit and each individual person has to get their own attorney, including the former supervisor Santino, and the taxpayers have to pay for it, that we are most likely headed for a financial crisis.
Ms. Lampe, just to follow up on some of your comments, and I have nothing but absolute respect for the president of the CSEA, Charlie Solito. He is a great guy and works tirelessly for his members. It is my understanding that there were no attempts to sit down with him and to try to resolve this specific issue. Second, the communication that was had was 5:15 on the day that the lawsuit was filed, when I was at Tavola Pizza in Wanto with my kids getting takeout. So that's how I found out about it. But lastly, I do want to definitely applaud the supervisor on her bipartisanship, because she did sue Republicans and Democrats. So something good happened.
There was a meeting with Charlie Solito, and there were several witnesses present at that meeting, at that settlement meeting.
Rita J. Merriday, Baldwin resident. It's been eloquently spoken. by others prior to me sitting here with regard to the nature of this lawsuit. And I just want to appeal to the supervisor to really take into context the passion that has been expressed by your colleagues with regard to this situation and the fact that we all need to come together with regard to how our image is portrayed in the media. As I look to the 30-plus homes that are, including the 3, not the 4, that are listed for Baldwin in here that are subject to being boarded up. We have some significant crises here in addition to this impending fiscal issue that, again, we need to rein in some of this animosity and to try to address some of the real issues that our residents are facing on a daily basis, those that are losing their homes and things of that nature. So, again, the issue of the lawsuit has been well addressed, and at this point, it's up to you to kind of decide how you're going to move forward, and others have to decide how they're going to move forward. On the calendar itself, issue 37, directing construction and reconstruction of sidewalks in areas in town of Hempstead. Can we talk about the potholes? Again, the town roads are just as bad as the county. They're all kind of blending in together, and the number of residents that are facing serious issues with regard to having work done on their cars. And I'm hoping I don't have to do the same conversation that I had to have with the previous Supervisor Santino, because I'm really particular about this clock going on and no one listening to me, particularly the presider of the discussion. So I will add those little 20 seconds whenever they're ready. You're ready? Okay. Just, count that. So when the buzzer goes, I'm not getting up. I don't care how many public safety come forward. So 37, the potholes, that really is an issue. And again, we have a number of these contracts that are going out to businesses and individuals that are outside of the township, since we're going to have to be paying for all of these various and sundry lawsuits. And once again, I need undivided attention, so I can wait, because I have been sitting here. Are we done? We need to take a break. Okay. On item 19, 20, 21, 23, quite a few of these are outside of the township, and again, I am concerned about the lack of outreach. It would be nice, for example, if when we list these contractors that we are paying this money to, that we put maybe that they are a minority-owned, a woman-owned, a service-disabled, veteran-owned business. Maybe it might give me a certain feeling that I am not wasting my time to sit here and try to address these concerns for those constituencies, and that something is actually being heard and actually being done. So that is a suggestion. I'm trying to bring something positive to this discussion. Item 34, just curious as to the outreach. When we talk about providing energy performance engineering consulting services, such a long, lengthy little scenario, what was the outreach and who is ECG Group? What was the vetting process with regard to that? Can someone give me an answer to that question?
There was an RFQ that was put out on this service, and this was the only bidder.
And how was that RFQ? I mean, again, we're using the same channels to do this outreach, and then we figure, okay, we get one, and then that's it. Did anybody think that we might want to expand the base? Mr. Raw, when you finish yawning, I'd just like to know.
Commissioner.
Somebody. Hey, how are you doing? Good to see you.
Yeah, no, it was publicly posted on the, on the town's website, like all of our public bids and public RFPs and public RFQs. So, I mean, anybody that's in business that does public works should certainly know that they could go to the Town of Hempstead website to see all public bids.
So we're not doing any type of radio advertising or anything like that? You know, everything is just on the website?
Well, no, we put it in. We put it in the newspaper. We have to do that. But my point is, you know, you always reference that it's 2018. I mean, the internet is something that everyone has access to, and anyone that's doing work in the town of Hempstead should know that they could access the town of Hempstead website to see all current projects that are being posted. You know, it's all out there. It's all open. It's all transparent. It could all be accessed by anyone with the internet connection.
Yeah, but I agree with that in the sense, but then we also have, you know, we have job fairs, we have outreach, we have parades, we've got all these luncheons and all these other activities that we pay money for.
Yeah, my point is with something as specific as energy consulting, anybody that's in that business was well aware of this RFP that was posted, RFQ actually.
But we don't have an already established list of companies that have done business in the past that we've utilized that could give recommendations. It's just this one.
I don't understand your question.
So you're saying with all of that outreach, there's only this one company?
This is the one we had companies that called us up that said they weren't interested in responding. This is the one company that responded and submitted a response to this RFQ. It's kind of specific in what the needs are. And this is the one company that felt they were qualified for the work.
Okay, so other people did call. I got the impression.
Yeah, other people call. Like I said, you know, it's publicly posted. We advertise it like we do. I'm just repeating because I know you often ask this question about outreach, and I just want to make the point that all of our bids are publicly posted on the Town of Hempstead website, in addition to the fact that things need to be advertised. But my point is that everybody has access to the internet, and anybody that's interested in doing work in the town, probably the best thing they can do is check the website every day.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. That answered that question. With regard to, and I guess that definitely is the way the board is structured, that if there are members that have issues that can request having tabling, it's just disconcerting for residents when they do actually pull up this information on the agenda and they take the time to come to address their issues as it pertains to certain issues. When it's tabled and then it shows up later when they're not able to come and not give their input, it just makes it a little disingenuous because, you know, I did have some concerns with 38 as well as 41, and, you know, and to kind of find out when you're halfway in the meeting, you know, there was some issues from, you know, your side of the table. So that kind of, you know, impacts those of us to be able to address this issue. So just, again, having those types of concerns. And then I'm just hoping, again, that you kind of hear the voices of the residents. And, again, if we can get these blank screens kind of fixed, you know, again, it is, yes, I will keep saying, it is 2018, and we pay too much to have too many things in this township that are broken down. So now we have equipment that's broken down, and we have relationships that are broken down, and we need to fix it because too many people are leaving in the middle of the night, and those of us that are staying are getting a little tired. Thank you.
Mr. Rod, do you know who we could talk to about the screens?
I believe they're fixed. Are they not fixed? The screens are working.
So they're working?
The screens are working.
So why weren't we able to see the maps and things like that from the earlier hearings to kind of get a sense of what is going on with, you know, with that Belmore project and, you know, with the DECA project? If you know, we don't know if it's working if it's not on.
With the applicants bring them, then we can put them up.
So the applicants are aware that they can access the audio visual? Or is that something that has to be posted on the website and they have to read that too to figure it out?
I believe they've used them in the past.
Well, it's been broken for so long. So again, if we don't let...
I think it was only broken for a week.
The applicants know that they can utilize it.
They know?
Yes.
Okay. Well, hopefully if there's some way that you can inform them that the public wants to know where our tax dollars are going, that we can help them make those decisions that impact us. Because we, the residents, don't know. We're just thinking it's still broken, and that's why we have to basically try to hear and ask questions based upon information that's thrown at us all of a sudden. Just saying. I'm trying to be proactive. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on
Actually,
items?
I have a question on 43. Just with, in light of the climate that we're in and the burden that we're saddling, I just want to confirm with either our controller, Mr. Conroy, or somebody from Human Resources, that we have the ability of funds for this new hire on the supervisor's staff. Well, guess we learn.
With regard to this one item, I have not seen whether or not, I have not confirmed that the monies are available. I suspect they are available, but it is subject to check. It's a lengthy process that we have to go through to determine if funds are available. As a result of the transfers that took place on December the 12th and the new hires that took place subsequent to that, and some PARs, which are raises and the like. So we are going by department to determine whether or not the funds are available. So at this point, I am not in a position to comment whether or not they are or they are not.
Okay.
I believe there is sufficient funds allocated within the supervisor's staff budget that would cover this hire. They have not all been expended. Isn't that correct?
Again, Supervisor, I would like the opportunity to go through case by case as a result, again, of the voluminous amount of hirings, transfers, PARs, and the like.
Are you talking about the 192 personnel moves that were made on December 12th?
Actually, there was 38 personnel moves. The 192 refers to both the personnel moves and the PAR, which would be salary adjustments. So
Because of that, you don't know if we have enough money for a receptionist on the fourth floor?
Supervisor, I would respectfully like the opportunity to just go and evaluate department by department, which we have been doing. And again, our computer system is 30 years old. This is a overwhelming manual task to make that determination. And I am not in a position at this point to answer Councilman Diaz-Bazito's question definitively as to whether or not there is or isn't. I would like the opportunity to go through it.
Well, if I may, I think that the supervisor deserves the respect of having her office audited first, if that's possible. With that being said, I'm not sure, Mr. Ra, how I can handle this, but I'd like to sever the item and table it until the next meeting when we're hoping that Mr. Conroy will have be able to tell us if the money's available. I don't want to get myself into any further litigation.
I will have that done for the next meeting for sure.
You want to sever, there are, how many items are, can somebody tell me how many items there are on a personnel calendar? Okay, and you want to sever, well, we can't, we're past the time, you can take, if you want to make a motion to table, you make a motion to table.
Sure. I'm not saying it's off the table. I don't even know the person. All I'm saying is that we can't be told that the money is available as long as the controller will go forward. I mean, I'm not going to get myself, like I said, into further litigation.
It's funny because at the December 12th board meeting, when you approved all those personnel changes, Mr. Conroy said that he had not made any analysis of the financial impact, but you voted in favor of it anyway.
All right. I also wasn't sued then. So however we could figure out my motion, thank you.
Well, actually, I do think this crystallizes a point. When you are defendants in a lawsuit, everything becomes very concerning. Every vote that you take, in fact, even Mr. Ra was considering maybe every vote that we take, we then get advice from counsel if we are subjecting ourselves to any future litigation. I mean, that's the environment that we have created. This is unprecedented. All the lawyers that I've reached out to, they're not aware of any circumstances in which a supervisor has individually sued town board members. So this is now, and now this is the new climate that we're dealing with. So all bets are off right now. I'm not quite sure what we do.
I think anytime you vote, you could subject yourself to litigation if you're not voting in the best interests of the taxpayers. So I don't think that that's anything that has changed here. And as I've made clear, repeatedly, no one is being sued in their individual capacity. If there is some confusion, we can straighten that out, but it's pled in the complaint that no one is being sued in their individual capacity. And what we should be focused on is the taxpayers who have been saddled with an unspeakable burden, which most of the people sitting up here now voted against and recognized that it was a terrible thing to enter into this MOA. So.
Well, I voted against it because I thought you had the right to hire something, and you have hired a lot of people at big salaries, bigger than the ones that we had. Nobody said anything. We supported you with all of that. So what we're saying is, and you just heard, there were only 38 people, 39 people that were transferred. Other people was entitled to those raises. They were already here. It had nothing to do with what you had. So we're not saying that, but he wants to make sure, we don't know who you hire, when you hire, we don't even know who they are. But yet you want to know if, as council people, we are responsible for hiring people in our own district who will make sure that we get done what we need to do. But you want to control that too. So, but we don't control you. We don't try to control you. We let you have to do what you need to do. As council people, as council members, we're responsible for our own. And to make sure that it is within our budget.
Yes.
That's what we do.
Yes.
So you need to respect that. And when someone tells me, you take all the names off of the signs in the parks, then I want mine back on because 3/4 of people in my district do not have computers. They can't, when they see town, TOH, whatever it is, they don't even know what it means. I want them to know who I am. So if they need me, they can call me. I don't need somebody else who doesn't know this town to go around and looking at polls and send me something to tell me what to do. I have staff to do that. So it's just some things that are just wrong. We just need to pull it together. Everybody work together for all of the residents, not just some, all of them. That's what we're here for. And I don't want to hear someone telling me that I can't put my name on signs in my district. And especially when he is not, he's an employee. I'm not an employee. I'm the senior councilwoman. We fought for this district. It took 11 years. I don't want to see it go away.
I'm just trying to get a receptionist for the 4th floor. That's what this personnel move is about, getting a receptionist because we were left without a receptionist. And we had to pull someone from someplace else to answer the phone. So just trying to get someone to answer the phone on the 4th floor.
I think it's right that you have somebody.
Mr. Lackaruba?
Ms. Supervisor, members of the board, there was a clear understanding of the funding that was going to be available for the supervisor's office. We have not exceeded that funding, nor does this hire exceed that funding that we had a clear understanding was available. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. Whether or not Mr. Conroy has had an opportunity to review this particular PAR or not, I'd be more than happy to show him our staffing sheet and that this does not exceed the monies that we were advised were available.
If I may, Supervisor, just comment on Mr. Lackaruba's comment. This clear understanding did not include the town controller. And all I'm looking for, respectively, is like we will do at every department, is go through line item by line item and determine funds availability. So I appreciate the fact that we can sit down now and go through the PAR. I believe the likelihood is, and I think Mr. Lackaruba is right, the likelihood is there is funding available, but subject to check, and I just want to be in a position to be definitive about that and comment accordingly.
My understanding was with the Chief of Staff of the Town Board as far as how much funding was available to the supervisor's office, which he, I believe, was after consultation with your office.
I think there's been a lot of clear understandings and conversations had in good faith. I think things change a lot when you're sued.
So you want to sever and not have a receptionist?
I'll ask the what else? Sorry. Well, what's the opinion of the board? I mean, if Mr. Lackaruba is willing to say that there is funds available, if you'd like to, if you want to make the transfer pending the approval of the funds, I mean the hire pending the approval of the funds. But you know, like I said, we're in different times, so we need to make sure that we have our ducks in a row.
Supervisor, clearly a receptionist is not going to kill the town budget. Why don't we do the following if it's acceptable to the board as a whole? Mr. Conroy, you're going to look at the position. If the resolution were passed today and you determine that funding was not available, Supervisor, could we then make in 2 weeks from now or with the next meeting to repeal it if funds are not available. I think that that's not likely, so let's pass it today, subject to Mr. Conroy confirming Mr. Lakaruba's representation that funds are available. If it's determined that funds are not available, that changes the environment we're in, but it's a receptionist.
Oh, Mr. Conroy, are you comfortable with that?
I am. Again, I am relatively comfortable that the funds are available. I want the opportunity to determine that definitively. That's all I'm after.
Okay.
I have no problem with making sure that funds are available. Mr. Raw, procedurally, what do you think the best way is to do this right now?
Well, I think it's on the record what the intent of the board is, and I think we can go forward with a vote.
I think before we go to a vote, though, I just want to jump back to something real quick. I'm paraphrasing, and if I'm paraphrasing it incorrectly, please let me know, that when you cast votes that you could expect to be sued. I've definitely cast some bad votes. I know I have my free air people out here. I cast a bad vote. I mean, it was stupid of me. But, we have the right to cast stupid votes. And that shouldn't then subject you to lawsuits. So that if we now have that new expectation in the town of Hempstead as a council member, that every stupid vote that I take, or even good vote, because I actually voted against the MOU, that I'm subject to litigation. We have reached new depths in this town, and I don't know how, based on that mindset, you're ever going to attract new people to get involved with government and public service. It's a cold, sad day in the town of Hempstead if that's our mindset.
I think you're grossly mischaracterizing this lawsuit, and actually I would think you'd be in favor, since you voted against the MOA, to seek the relief of the court to try to undo what was a terrible agreement made in bad faith to saddle the taxpayers with a horrible burden, and that you should support the litigation and understand, you can talk to your lawyer about this, why it was necessary to bring the board before the court, and that you should support trying to undo what was a terrible deal for the taxpayers of the town of Hempstead. And also, this is not about a stupid vote. This is about allocating over $2 million of budget costs that were not accounted for in the budget.
Just to be clear, I still support.
Excuse me.
Go ahead, sorry.
Excuse me. I think it's time that we stopped, because I know what you're saying, and I know some things, and you do too, that will really make it real bad for her. So we're not going to say any of those things that she didn't know, because she's new and she's still learning. So can we just stop and get finished with this part of the meeting?
I agree. Mr. Raw, procedurally, I have no objection to Mr. Conroy doing the analysis that he needs to do, that he will make him feel comfortable that there is sufficient funds to pay our receptionist. So whatever we need to do procedurally, what is the best way to proceed?
He's already suggested.
Supervisor, I think that it's on the record that Mr. Conroy is going to confirm Mr. Lakaruba's statement, and if it happens not to be accurate, then we will revisit this in 2 weeks. So I think it's on the record that that's what we're going to do. So we can go.
we table
we
it?
can
'Cause
go forward.
Can we table this? I would actually just prefer to table it so everybody has all the information before they vote.
No, that's not right. No, we
do that.
No, I don't think that's right. To punish people, other people on there. It's not just one person.
You can either you can table it or you can go forward with the vote.
Is there any way to just not impact the other people on the personnel resolution and just put this particular item, table
Yeah,
this particular
we can pull
item?
the resolution
Yes,
apart.
you can. Yes, the personnel calendar consists of, I think, 8 separate resolutions. This one resolution can be pulled.
We are willing to give you your receptionist as long as in 2 weeks we're confirmed that the funding is available.
I just don't want people to vote without having all the information that they feel that they need. So
we're couching ourselves. We have it set so we will not be in trouble. We're trying to help you as much as we can. We want to cooperate. It's just that things are not as they should be. But anyway, let's do it. Okay, make the resolution for what you said. And I'll second it. What did you say?
We're in the middle of a vote. We're in the middle of calling the roll on the administrative calendar.
So how do we do the other one then?
We're good. Just go forward with it.
Just one last thing, Mr. Conroy, when you do conduct this audit and find that the funds are either available or not available, would you please relay it to each council member and the supervisor's office so we all have that that communication. Thank you.
And Mr. Conroy, will that estimate now include the cost of the lawsuit going forward for all of us obtaining attorneys? Because we could be looking at $200,000.
Councilwoman, I have no idea. But first of all, the lawsuit is fees and services account. It doesn't impact the salary line.
Okay.
So this is a salary line issue, A. And B, if there is attorney fees warranted in this regard, I would have no idea how to make a projection in that regard.
Well, we'll track it on a monthly basis, and I'll post it on my Facebook, so
And we're
we
gonna
know how
paste
much
it
money
on-
we're wasting.
And we're going to paste it on the website, too, for the
Yeah.
town, so everybody can see it.
We're good.
Okay, and I'll tell my people, because they don't have a computer.
So just so I'm
Actually,
clear,
Mr.
there's
Conroy,
no,
hold on one sec. She's a good idea. Could we figure out an accounting mechanism to set aside a litigation reserve?
How would we
Yes,
do that?
that mechanism would be the budget, the 18 budget calls for fund balance restoration of, I believe, subject to tech, about $20 million. We would somehow project, I'd have to work with Mr. Rar on it, what the potential legal fees would be in this regard, and we would garnish some of the fund balance.
Okay.
In fact, pay for that. So that would be the vehicle by which this will get paid.
And would that potentially impact our ratings or anything like that, you think?
Yeah, because the budget called for a fund
Okay.
balance restoration of X, and when we close the books in 18,
It'll be less.
it'd be something less to
Presumably.
the extent of the legal fees, yeah.
And would we be in jeopardy again? Because, the reason the supervisor had to do some of the things that he did to make up that money, because we were low. We didn't have enough money in the fund balance. As the state required, will that take away some of that? So we'll be back in the position that we were in before this year?
Councilman, I was trying to follow that question.
I'm sorry.
I'm very sorry, but I was,
All right, that's all. We were in, the state controller came in.
Yeah.
And said, we did not have enough funds in our balance to be sure that if in case of emergency, that we could survive it. Now, he did a lot of things to make sure that we have that money there. So what effect will this have upon that amount of money that we should have in that budget?
now I understand your question.
Okay.
A number of years ago, this town board passed a resolution so as to maintain a fund balance level of about 1/3 of our expenditure budget. Our expenditure budget rivals about $420 million. Over the last few years, recognizing that the economy was not doing as well as it could, and to mitigate any tax increase, we balanced our budget with utilization of fund balance. What we're doing now in the 17 and 18 budget is we are restoring fund balance to that level that this town board approved that town board resolution. Again, that being 1/3 of the expenditure budget. So anything that would adversely affect that, and this certainly would stagger our momentum to get to that level of a fund balance, again, of 1/3 of the expenditure budget.
And that's the budget we voted on last year. That was last year's budget is good, but the one coming up for 2018 probably will not be because of all the lawsuits that we're going to have to pay for. Am I correct?
Well, what we're saying, in fact, I have a meeting with the supervisor tomorrow regarding closing the books for 17, and we will have a surplus. I will discuss that in detail with you tomorrow, Supervisor.
With all of us. We want to know, too, because, we have to pay for our attorneys as well from
certainly
the
will.
town's money.
Certainly will. Again, the 18 budget called for, subject to check, about a $20 million restoration of fund balance, liken that to a $20 million surplus.
Okay. Well, I hope we don't have to go through beet juice and salt again.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
there are no motions pending, correct, Councilman D'Esposito?
No, as long as we're all good and understand where we're headed.
Madam Supervisor, you may proceed with the roll call if you wish.
Call for the motion.
Madam Clerk, will you call for the roll on items 13 through 51 with the exclusions of items 38 and 41, which have been tabled?
Sure. Councilman Ambrosino. Aye. Councilman D'Esposito. Aye. Councilman Dunn. Aye. Senior Councilwoman Gooseby.
Aye.
Councilwoman King Sweeney.
Aye.
Supervisor Gillen.
I vote aye with the exception of item number 22, on which I must recuse myself because the vendor was a client of my firm. And on item 42, while I do not object to Santino being indemnified, I do object to the selection of his counsel, which I feel has a clear conflict.
All right, may I make an motion now? You ready? All right, I move that we adjourn.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll. There was a second.
Who's second?
There was a second.
Councilman Ambrosino. Councilman Diaz-Padrito.
Are you leaving?
Councilman Dunn.
This is, we're adjourning.
Okay. Senior Councilwoman Gooseby.
Aye.
Councilwoman King Sweeney.
And just to reiterate, unfortunately, I'm leaving now to meet with an attorney, so.
Well, I have to find an attorney.
Supervisor Gillen.
Aye.
Yes, she does. She's done. Yeah, she's done.
All right, now we move into public comment. The first person we have is Mr. Procacci.
I got to go for a break.
Okay. Felix Procacci, 1165 Barnes Street, Franklin Square. Well, Supervisor Gillen, you did something remarkable. You made people concerned about these lawsuits and the costs. Just so you know, the Billy Dean case, which was a legitimately purchased property, we spent $700,000. The free air law, we spent $75,000. The Madden versus the Town of Hempstead case, in 2 years, we spent $452,000, and not one person on this board ever was concerned about their cost. And there's a lot more lawsuits that I downloaded off the internet, federal cases, and nobody ever spoke about the excessive costs. Nobody really cares. In the free air thing, they're going full force. They want to depose people on questions of law. So it's really crazy, but you did something good there. You know, I don't know why that needed to be done, but that's the way it worked. On the mailing, I spoke with Sylvia Cabana. I think these mailings, as I said, for the last 7.5 years here are a waste of money. I propose that what you get together with the special districts, the villages, and everything when someone moves into their neighborhood, you get a packet, a binder with all the necessary information, the websites that they can go to, and a card if they want to receive mailings because they don't have access to computers, they can't make it to the library for whatever reason, they could request specific mailings each year as to what is on the agenda, the meetings, the passport day, whatever you want to do.
Well, Felix, you know that, I'm sure you keep track, you know that the number of mailings that have gone out is like exponentially lower than it was before, and even with that mailing and with the sanitation mailing, those would have been like many different mail pieces.
I get
what we've done is combine them into one mail piece to let people know, for example, the sanitation schedule. That's useful, but we don't need to do 5 different mailers, so we can consolidate it into one smaller mailer. And the same thing with the information from the clerk's office. As you recall very well, Passport Day was its own individual giant mail piece. What we did was I worked with the clerk to try to consolidate all the information that she needed to get out about the clerk's office, so we would do one mailer instead of multiple mailers.
I got that, but the thing is, by doing it the way I'm suggesting, where people get all the information, we could make an attempt to go virtually paperless. There may be people who send in the postcard and say, well, I want to receive this by mail, instead of getting it on their phone and everything, so they could be notified another way. I'm hoping that the town is recording IDA meetings, you know, to help those people who are concerned about the IDA and their actions, I believe, bringing sunshine on what they're doing, and the town, if they could set up a system like we have here, wherever the meetings are, to record them so people can be aware of what's going on and participate. I would like residents to be notified that they could bring in their presentation so they could use these big screens. I could bring in a PDF, a video, and make efficient presentations that everybody could view no matter where you sat. The plumber's law was not noticed properly. That's just a fact. I can't prove it after the fact because as I was talking to Mr. Amarini, The document went from 96 pages to 99 pages after I emailed and let them know that the law was missing. Nobody would have known to do that. I was on the phone with him as I was looking at a website that had 96 pages. When I refreshed the screen, it suddenly became 99. It added the law. The legislation is supposed to be on the website prior to the meeting. The free air legislation, I mean, the court already weighed in on the question of law. There's nothing ever came back. As many questions and as for the last 2 years as I've asked everybody, nobody would weigh in and support the legalization of, mandating that someone give some service away for free. No one would discuss this when I spoke about it 2 years ago. It would be a shame if this town board or anyone, the legal department, would be requesting a trade-off between the vendors of free air and as a trade-off to get this rescinded. This is a very simple thing to do, rescind the law. The courts weighed in. The arguments, I read all the documents. I read several times. There's no legal reason to keep it on the books. Nobody would provide me a reason. When I came here and asked the questions, nobody would answer them. Supervisor Santino, the video's up, March 29th, 2016. Wouldn't answer one of my questions regarding the effectiveness, efficiency, the legal question. They wouldn't talk about it. They like to pick on the little guys who are just trying to make a living. Rescind the law.
There was a settlement offer that was proffered, but I believe, Mr. Ra, you said the town board has rejected that settlement offer. Is that correct? Free air.
Free air.
Settlement offer was made to the plaintiff. They rejected it. A settlement offer, a revised offer was presented by the plaintiffs, and the majority of the town board are not comfortable with it.
There's no settlement offer in this case. This is not a trade-off. This is a question of law.
You're talking about the free air case?
Yes. This is a question of law. That's all it is. Does it preempt state law, yes or no? The judge weighed in on that.
Not going to discuss.
Now, I understand. I don't want you to discuss it. I'm just trying to convince my town board to just drop the whole thing. There ain't no reason to have a settlement. Rescind the law. It goes away. And the end of it, you don't have to talk anymore. You don't have to waste. We're all concerned about resources now. I am ecstatic now. There's never in 8.5 years has anyone been concerned about resources. I'm really happy now. End the bleeding on this case. Next meeting, rescind the law. We'll have the calling first and then rescind it in the following meeting. That's it. Very simple. Windows and restaurants law. I still haven't gotten a response stating, Mr. Roth told me there are no regulations generated at the previous meeting, I believe. So why can't I get a response from my FOIL request? No records exist, which I had a feeling that was the case. That's another waste of money.
I told you before that if you're having trouble getting responses to FOIL requests, you can reach out, and I think we got you your response.
No, I got a lot of it, but I'm just saying I understand why, because they're in a precarious situation, because the law was passed with no purpose except to hurt a particular business. That was the purpose of the law.
Incorrect.
Oh, okay. You could say incorrect all you want.
Well, I can't let that stand.
No. You've let it stand. You know why? Because why don't I get a FOIL response saying the easiest response you could ever give me to a FOIL is no records exist. So why don't I get a response, no records exist as far as any regulations generated for the windows and restaurants law? What's the hard part about giving me nothing?
I'm surprised to hear that you have not gotten that.
No records exist. The reason why no records exist is because there's no reason for the law. There is nothing, no guidance in that legislation to guide a judge or the BZA on how to proceed in the case of a variance. There is nothing there.
I'm sorry, you've exceeded your time. I have to call your time.
But I've been cheated so many years, I'm making up for it now.
Diane Madden.
Sure.
Diane Madden, Hempstead. I just want to bring up a case that a dog that's in the animal shelter. His face is a case study of mismanagement. Toby, I did speak to your personal attorney about it and pointed a few things out, including the fact this dog has not been touched by anyone since February 8th. I'd like to know your position because there's been a lot of upset people on some statements that you've made with regards to the animal shelter, especially because staff are still being targeted and volunteers are still being bullied. And I'd like to know where you stand. What is your opinion about what's happening? What is coming back to you? I realize we have some issues in between, maybe what your liaison is telling you and what information you're getting. Because, by the way, there are many people that are making complaints that are not getting responses from your liaison. Once people, and I'm saying staff and volunteers as well, start speaking out on abuse or neglect or mismanagement or any concerns, mostly primarily on the animals, they're not hearing back from her. So again, I'd like to know your position, on the heels of you erecting a fence when you used to stand on the same side of it with us.
So with respect to any allegations, certainly I don't want to see any animals suffer at the animal shelter. And if allegations are being made, we will investigate them. I believe that you've had dialogue with Mr. Pitnick. If you bring to me an allegation of abuse of an animal or a mistreatment of an animal, you can communicate with Mr. Pitnick, and we will absolutely investigate that. I don't think anybody here wants to see any animal mistreated or hurt at the animal shelter. Certainly I don't. With respect to Toby, I know that's a bite case, and I believe he's being evaluated, but I can get
It's been 3 months that he hasn't been touched. That's mismanagement. I'm asking you your opinion on that. Is that mismanagement?
I don't know all the circumstances, but I will find them out, and I will be glad to respond to you, Diane.
I appreciate that. Probably sooner than better. These animals are waiting, and I don't necessarily believe that everyone is so concerned about these animals. We are. But I'll look forward to your response about that.
Okay.
Also, in relation to a volunteer that's been kicked out of isolation in the cat area, it's imperative that any volunteer willing to work with, feed, take care of, and nurture these cats are allowed in there. How is that going to get resolved?
I don't know who that volunteer is, but you can pass along the information and I'll look into it. I was there this weekend to support many of our volunteers who have come there, including a Marine veteran who's been coming for 4 years and is responsible for handling some of our more dangerous dogs. He was there. He loves working at the animal shelter. He has a passion for animals, and I think anybody like that is welcome.
Well, you know who you're not supporting? The 9/11 first responder that has a current lawsuit, that's been bullied, targeted, and still harassed on Facebook. I would say a 9/11 first responder that was a police officer also could use some support. There are many people. So the fact that you came in there through the back door and just supported one side when the other side were actually your supporters was very interesting, to say the least.
I came in to support anybody who's trying to help the animals in our animal shelter, to show them that I support them in what they're doing in their good work.
And what do you think that we're doing by demonstrating and pointing out issues that are ongoing, that you're acknowledging, maybe that where your head is at is what is really helping the animals? It's probably easier to coddle volunteers than to come on the side of the fence of the people that got you elected, that stood there with you outside, and acknowledge, a real leader unites. They don't mount fences and divide. They don't come up with the kind of whatever, the caption for this lawsuit. I'm really sorry to say this to you, but I'm going to. A lot of the things that you're doing completely to the letter imitate Anthony Santino. And I see a pattern here, and a lot of people see that pattern. And I think that you should pay attention, and instead of just sticking to your guns and causing more animosity with the board, sometimes you have to, it's hard, but sometimes you have to look back and realize, wait, I may have made a mistake here, and I have to get back on track to do the right thing for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Madden, any constructive plans or suggestions that you have on ways to deal with any issues that you see at the animal shelter, you're welcome to share them with us, and we will be happy to have your suggestions.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much, and I look forward to it. I think that what we want to see are results from that. We've been doing this a long time, and we weren't prepared once you were elected to start from scratch and then have your own liaison attack me personally. It's very easy to villainize someone when you're really trying to deflect the fact that you have no experience. So when you say that, you know, you're the one in charge to mend fences and make it work. And let's hope that you do that.
Okay, well, if you don't want to speak with Ms. Sinclair, which it seems like you don't, you can speak with Mr. Picnic.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I think that Liz Stein feels the same way, so if that's the direction, then we'll do that.
Ms. Lamp?
Valerie Lamp, Baldwin. So on April 1st, there was a post on Facebook which was submitted by a gentleman by the name of Ed Toller. And it was this post that you referenced at the last board meeting 2 weeks ago as being untrue. This was an example that you used to cite some type of falsity, but it is true. And what I really don't understand, I mean, quite honestly, the last meeting, the way that you, today's interaction with Diane Madden was much better, thank God. But last time it was not very respectful. And this is a woman who, as you know, has been advocating for the animals for 17, 18 years now, and she deserves the utmost respect, whether or not you agree with her. Anyway, what I wanted to know is what made you say that this was not true?
What was not true?
The toy poodle that was butchered, that had a surgery at the town of Hempstead, which resulted in this poor animal having a massive blockage in her system, and you said that that didn't happen, and your exact quote, I believe, was, "This is an example of a post on social media," which is not true.
I believe our PetSmart records indicated that that was not the situation.
Your PetSmart records cite the town of Hempstead Animal Shelter with this gentleman's name, as well as the adoption paperwork of his dog. And you know what? Mr. Ra, can I have her ears, please? I've been waiting for 5 hours. Thank you. So literally, this paperwork depicts the surgery that happened there on March 29th. It depicts the fact that it had these bladder stones. It depicts the fact that it's a toy poodle. And I'm trying to understand. You are saying to us that we're casting off these allegations and that you can't do anything about it because you're not getting both sides of the story and whatnot. No one reached out to this man. I did. I did immediately, not for anything other than the fact that I actually care. I care about what happens to these animals. And you know what? In less than 24 hours, he called me. It would not have been difficult to locate this guy. So I want to know, who told you? Who lied? I have a case number and everything.
If you would hand up those records, I'd be happy to take a look at them.
What I'm asking you is, who told you? You said staff at the animal shelter said that this did not exist. Who am I handing this to?
I don't think I said that the records don't exist.
No, you said that this didn't happen. That is what you said. You said this was
Can
a
I
false.
see the records?
Yeah. There you go. And it's sad to me that I have to come here and act like some, poor man's lawyer. I have to sit here and collect documents instead of the town. Where's the liaison? Rebecca, where are you in this? Why didn't you reach out to this guy?
I have to review these. I'll
Okay,
review the records, and
that's
I'd be
fine.
happy to respond to you.
I will.
Because they're quite
I would like
voluminous.
to know. I would also like to know because, to be honest with you, a couple of weeks ago, you went on Twitter after the meeting and you talked about how you felt that Councilman D'Esposito was bullying your communications person, Mr. Friccione. Okay, your liaison verbally assaulted Diane Madden after the conclusion of a meeting. I know you know about it. We have it on video. We haven't released it yet, but I would like to know, because what she said about Diane is the most hurtful thing you can say to someone who cares about animals. Animal lovers don't push for euthanization. Diane has a record and a track record of rescuing animals, paying for it out of her own pocket, and that lawsuit, which she was talking about, proved, in fact, that Diane was right, and the town pled guilty. She won that lawsuit. I'd like to know, because I've been asking for it. I've been asking for an apology through email. I know you know it. I've been asking for an apology through text messages to your personal cell phone, and I've been asking other people on your staff for an apology. I want to know, what does it take to get an apology?
If you're referencing records that existed from a prior administration, we had nothing to do with those records. We didn't correct.
I am referencing Rebecca Sinclair's verbal attack on Diane Madden, which, oh, by the way, it's not true what she said, but even if it was, her demeanor was completely unprofessional and unacceptable. That is the woman who stood by you alone in the beginning of your campaign. She stood with you by herself. She deserves an apology, Laura.
I didn't see the full.
You want to see it, and then we'll ask her to apologize? Or how about Rebecca? Just do the right thing. Where are you, Rebecca? How about you just apologize?
Mr. Ra, did the town plead guilty in a lawsuit?
There are reasons that litigation gets settled. In this case, there was an offer of settlement. That there was an offer which the plaintiffs, rather than go to trial, accepted.
I'm asking for an apology to Diane Madden on behalf of your out-of-line shelter liaison who is supposed to bring people together. This is a disgrace, what's happening now. The people that stood by you the entire time and believed in you and did everything in their power and couldn't stop brainstorming and waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning to be by your side. This is how they're treated?
And I have made the animal shelter a priority. I have reached out to every single member of this board.
You won't apologize. You won't apologize?
What am I apologizing for? I wasn't even there.
Apologizing for saying that man lied about his butchered dog. How about that?
Apologizing about what?
Forget it. Forget it, Laura.
About saying something about an animal record, a record that you say.
You said it was a lie. You said it was false. I'm showing you that it is true.
I have to read this and I will take a look at it.
And then you apologize?
If I made a misstatement, I will apologize and say I made a misstatement. Once I read this.
For what? Are you kidding me? Okay, forget it.
Ms. DeFina?
First of all, it's a good thing about protests. You get to meet a lot of people that you don't really. We didn't bring up the poodle. You or your staff searched this on Facebook and brought it up at the last town board meeting. I met the man, and I did ask him while he was there with the poodle, can I see the medical records? He went in the car and he got them. I have the records too. Yes, the town of Hempstead did perform surgery on this dog. You sat there in the last meeting and said he did not.
That's not what I said.
Yes, you did. I have it on video. I watched it this morning, so I made sure I am not saying anything that didn't happen. You said he did not get spayed. She did not get spayed at the town of Hempstead. Okay, right. She didn't get spayed. So she had surgery. Same thing.
Not the same thing. Spaying is one surgery, and then there was different surgery. So the statement that she was spayed was incorrect.
Okay, so
I think. I'm going to review the record, but that's what I was told.
she had surgery, and the surgery was botched up, costing this man thousands of dollars. But what's worse, in the medical records from the town of Hempstead, they said they gave this dog, while they were at it, a cleaning. They did dental and they gave the dog a cleaning. And I happened to read his medical records that are an inch high from his doctor, and his doctor said right in the front that the dog, they recommend cleaning because the dog has severe tartar. So this is the kind of services and quality of vet care that we're getting at the town of Hempstead. You put in your records because somebody says, oh, put in there that we did dental, put in there that we did this, put in there we did that. And they're not doing it. And very rarely do we get to meet the people on the other end and find out that this is not true. But
So you're saying they're falsifying records?
they're saying they did dental on a dog who 3 months later is going to a vet with the owner that says his teeth are severely tartared. You tell me. You tell me. How does that happen? You don't develop tartar like that. But I have tons of stuff I need to talk about in a short amount of time. The other thing, and I need you, D'Esposito, to please help me here, because this goes to prove how ineffective our TNR program is. Remember the 4 cats?
Yes.
Well, 2 were trapped and 2 weren't, and 1 is already pregnant. Now, I'm not saying you helped me.
Just let me give you the information that I have.
Can we stop the clock? Because I need to talk about the TNR program, because that TNR program is a big problem.
I'm calling a timeout.
Thank you.
All right. The cat, they started the process on 4/17 because there was bad weather on 4/16. They've been back every day. They trapped 1 cat and they've had trouble with the other 3. They're out now using a different type of trap. I don't know what it is. I'm not going to pretend that I do. And they said that this would aid in trapping the final 3 cats.
Okay.
That's all I have.
This is not your fault. I want to thank you but once again, Goosby's not here. She says it's up to me to sit here after 4 hours and tell the board problem with the TNR. This is not the fault of you, and your Matt was wonderful. He called Loretta the very next day. This is the fault of a false TNR program. What you're doing is offering free spay-neuter for trappers that either work for or run not-for-profit. So understand the difference. They get calls from residents. They could be anywhere. They get calls and they say, you need to come to my house and trap that. They get donations. They get $100, $200, whatever they get. It's their business. They're not-for-profit and they're doing the work. We should be getting the calls and contracting and paying those trappers. We need to have control of how, in this particular case, ACOs went out there. This would have been done within a couple of days from an experienced, qualified trapper. These people are relentless in trapping cats. They're excellent. They could do it within a couple of days. Believe me, I'm not one of them. I cannot trap a cat to save my life. But I've seen people come and do it, the hardest of hard cats. ACOs are not expected to do that. They're ACOs. The way this program should be working is somebody should be getting the calls at the shelter from our residents, and we should be contracting and hiring trappers to go to that property, meeting the ACOs with the traps, and letting the trapper take it from there. That's how you run an effective TNR program. You need control of the trappers. You cannot expect ACOs to be trappers. They have a million other things that they're being dispatched to do. They have to pick up dogs, strays, hit by the car. They cannot do this. I am not saying they're incompetent. I am saying this is not their job. This is not what they should be doing. We should be contracting trappers. And that way, we're control of paying them. If the residents want to give them an extra $50 for being there, 5 hours more than they had to. That's up to the residents. But this is how you run a TNR program. And we need to talk about this. I'm sorry, Supervisor Gillen, I no longer have confidence in telling your staff. We do not talk to your liaison. And as far as Mitch, I'm sorry, Mitch, you're very nice, but I have told him things till I am blue in the face and nothing happens.
Well, I thank you for your comments. I thank you for your positive suggestion. You did pass on some comments to me directly, which I have relayed to people at the animal shelter, and we are investigating if they're feasible comments and what we can do about them.
Okay, but I've also heard, maybe, and because of my comments, that trappers who do not live in Hempstead are being told by Stephen Reichert, guess what? We know you no longer can bring cats in here because you don't live in town of Hempstead. That's wrong. You know what? If we were contracting these trappers, I don't care if they're coming from New Jersey, we're paying them. So it doesn't matter where they live. What matters is the cats are coming from Hempstead. And we'll know they're coming from Hempstead because we're putting the traps on the lawn and making sure the resident belongs within our district.
Mary Gordon? Mita Meriday? She's still here. Well, Lucille, you bring up that everybody had to leave. We were discussing, and I did reach out to the members of the town board, possibly moving public comment to the beginning of the meeting, so this way people can have an opportunity to be heard before the meeting takes place. So this way people can come, make their comments, and go to work. So that's something that I think we'll be collectively working on together as a town board to put that forward as a resolution. It sounds like that's something you would support. Sure.
Mr. Fina, I'll have Matt follow up with you this afternoon so we can get an understanding of what we're doing. This is the resident that lives in my district in Oceanside, correct? Okay. Matt, please go. Okay.
Mary Ellen Cray?
Thank you. Mary Ellen Cray, 436 Locust Avenue, Uniondale. I'd like to applaud the apprenticeship resolution as a board member for Uniondale Community Council, which has a 38-year-long youth project. We have championed apprenticeships in many of the projects which have come before this town board. So definitely think it's an excellent idea to make sure that they are not just used as unpaid interns or something like that, and that they follow procedures and graduate. The second thing is sometimes it's difficult to get a straight answer. I want to state, as far as the banner flags, we're not even considering putting up a banner flag anymore, but I do feel there are times when we are given incorrect information. For example, when I asked about the banner flags at an earlier meeting, I was told you could get a permit. That is not the case. So, you know, where does this false information come from, and why is it?
I think, because I think I was the one that made it. I think it's the terminology. When you say banner sign, are you referring to a surfboard sign? Okay, which I think the way, yeah, for banner signs, which is shaped as a banner, you can get a permit for and hang up. The surfboard signs, which are the ones that actually sit stationary by themselves and kind of have the image of a surfboard, those are the ones that we do not require, that we do not issue permits for. So if you have a sign that is a banner, you can get a permit for that.
So it's a matter of terminology.
Yeah, so if we had a misunderstanding, I apologize. But the banner any banner sign that you want to put up, you can get a permit for. If it is a surfboard sign, which is the ones that you see when you drive down the street outside of a business, they have a little curve to them, they flap, those we do not give permits for.
So I found out.
Yeah.
I think personally, having a bunch of surfers in my family, surfboard sign is inappropriate because it's only half a surfboard.
I didn't name it.
I don't know who did, but I consider them like the ancient Japanese banners that they carried into their conflicts. So in any case, so we need to be sure of the terminology. Now let's go to what I had suggested about some kind of registration for rental properties. In the village of Hempstead, I'm not holding them up as an example or anything like that, but there is a requirement to register. There's an application form and so on and so forth in order to register a rental property. So one of the things in Uniondale, we're complaining constantly about homes that are over inhabited, let's put it that way, by possibly unrelated individuals. And I understand that the town has certain requirements, but it would be nice if we recognize a Hofstra house. And, I don't use that as a pejorative necessarily because we work very closely with Hofstra. But sometimes young people can be very obstreperous and not careful about the way that they have their parties and things like that. If we were able to say that those homes have to be registered, that they have to have somebody come in and do a schematic of the inside of the house and how it's set up and the fact that there's only one kitchen, that type of thing, I think that it would give a little bit more form to being able to deal with the situation.
I think we have that. I can't speak for the village of Hempstead, but Commissioner Rockhand, we have that, right?
So I could ask for some forms and I would be able to go to a house that is being rented and say, you've got to fill out this form. I suggest you take it to the town of Hempstead.
I wouldn't suggest you doing that, but yes.
Or speak to friends of mine or something like
Yes.
that.
I think if your best bet is if you have any questions to call the building department, and I'm sure they could guide you in the right direction.
Okay, so I think as a representative of several community organizations, I'd like to have a copy of the form that's required to be filled out.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that concludes our public hearing portion. Public comment portion and this board meeting. Have a lovely day, everybody.